Yo, what up, Rangers? What is up? Let me go ahead and get a screen up as always. Right. Hope you guys are doing as good as I am today. I don't know if anybody's in here or not, so no real point of showing y'all why I did a reversion play if nobody's in here. Now, if anybody's in here, let me know, and I'll show you why I did. We're going to like some heavy levels here on crypto. Very, very heavy levels. ETH is growing a lot, like, I guess you'd say more stable than Bitcoin is. Well, up until these candles, I suppose. It was keeping like a lower RSI. And then Bitcoin usually does some dirty stuff around that red dotted line, whether it be to the upside or downside. Yeah, but I'm playing a reversion to the upside after after a terrible day yesterday. Statistically speaking, when yesterday was Monday, right? Yeah. So statistically speaking, when there's a terrible Monday, I'm talking like a bad Monday, chances are that you're like on Tuesday, typically you'll have a little bit of retracement. Now, I think there might be a little bit more than just a little bit of retracement. I'll show you why here in a second. All right, see the cues. Focus on this red dotted. So this goes back to 3/5/21. Like 14 months ago. And then obviously before that there was, a little bit there, almost touching there, but nonetheless, I saw that as like maybe, just maybe, we got down to, in that range, and then we came back up a little bit. So my thought is, hopefully we stay above this red dotted. And please don't get that confused with the larger red dotted. The larger red dotted is where I've typically seen like some explosive moves again to the upside or downside. This line right here is, kind of like heavy resistance, heavy support. But that line is going to be like my danger zone line. But yeah, that's why I am playing a reversion today. So I did some SPY calls. They were dirt cheap. I did some UVXY puts, dirt cheap. TQQ calls, dirt cheap. And that's, oh, I also sniped MULN when it was really, really low. And I bought AMC calls. But again, like these, like MOASS is just completely different in my eyes. Especially when I'm talking about like a complete like indice. Because like with like the SQQ and the TQQ, I'm playing like I'll play these whether the market's going up or whether it's going down. Now with like the MOASS stocks, if it's going down, I'll take my calls off. You know what I mean? Save myself a little bit of premium. I'll keep my shares and stuff on, but I'm not gonna eat that premium, burn that premium. When I see buyers step in or where I feel like we're bottoming out, then yeah, that's when I'll go ahead and I'll do something like that. But I just figured I'd place like this statistical bet, and then also as a previous line of support. I mean, I know it was 14 months ago, but I mean, that's where it last hit. And it hit there a few times, so it's not like it's, it was in that range a few times, I should say. Didn't knock it completely each time. Well, we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Blink apparently did pretty bad on earnings from what I've read. So EVgo might have a day. You guys know how bullish I am on EVgo. It's SPY. Crypto is absolutely ripping. It bottomed out yesterday at like, from what I could tell, it bottomed out around like literally at like 8 o'clock ish, 8. Like as soon as after hours ended, it pretty much bottomed out. And then also at 4 o'clock this morning, you guys could, I don't know how you guys are gonna fact check me on this. Like this might have to be like a trust me bro type moment. But at 4 a.m. this morning, it was like quarter after, 10 after. I couldn't really sleep that well. On Bloomberg, they were saying that the Fed put out a warning for commodities and oil that there might be margin calls in regards to that. But the whole thing is like it's all on one balance sheet for the most part. Like a company is a company. Like it's only going to have so much money, right? And where they're really screwed up is in the derivatives. I mean, I'm sure that they're screwed up in other markets as well, but they're really screwed in the derivatives. And now that they have these prices so low, I mean, a lot of retail traders that typically don't trade derivatives might start using some leverage. I'm not saying to do it. I want to be very, very clear. I'm not telling you to do it, especially if you don't know how to like use it. But well, I'm not telling you to use it at all. Let's just leave it at that. But I mean, I'm going to use it. But that's me. And I mean, like the thing is that they made it so cheap that the people that know what they're like how to use it can use it very, very effectively and do it for a fraction of the cost. So they're kind of backing themselves into a corner. I want to see how they make their way out. So I just figured, I don't know what told me to play a reversion, but I think it was how bad yesterday was, and it was a Monday, followed by and that was following Friday, which was awful as well. I don't know. I feel like there still might be some ways to go down, but I feel like we're due for a good day. Like a lot of my like my upside stuff might get closed today. Some of it might remain open, like some like I don't know, might throw like a lotto up or something. But Most of my upside stuff might get closed today, except for MOASS. I mean, we'll see. We shall see. I really want this to just, eat dirt today. Have the TQQ run all day today would be great. We do have Yellen and Biden speaking today, though, so that's always something to remember. They kind of put a damper on, just about anything. TLT is up as well. TLT is up to 116. Yesterday was like 112 or like 113. And then made its way to 114. We're close. But for majority of the day, it was down. Wow, look at Qs. Okay. ETH up 10%. Bitcoin 7.25. I like it. Yeah, I want this in the dirt real bad. Just keep on flowing. The hearing today that Yellen is doing is at 9:45, so I gotta try to remember. I'm just getting notifications about crypto just going up like 5%, 3%, like 8%, 15%, like all within like a short period of time. It's great. It is great. It's like I kind of bought what I bought at the perfect time. I bought them takes XRP yesterday. I got it at like 49 cents. I was like, okay, this is pretty lit. And then the XDC that I had, like that I have, is also up since I bought it. So it's like, all right, so like the XRP almost kind of paid for itself. I mean, I only bought like a little bit of XRP because I already have a lot, and I don't have much XDC that I converted from. But I couldn't not buy it under 50 cents. I would have felt like an idiot. Oh, I don't like that hammer there. I want to keep going down. It's already oversold. Qs. Look at them Qs go. They're so overbought. They're so overbought. Holy God. What's up, Belle? Good girl. You already ate and went to the bathroom much times. No thanks. AMC is up 5% per E. GME is up 4% per E. MULN's up 7.4% pre-market. About 1.5s on it yesterday when it was like low. So hopefully I can do something with that. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to see what she wants. Yeah, sure. Go hang out with my neighbor, I guess, again. If anybody's in here and you guys want me to follow a certain play, make sure you let me know. Because I will. But otherwise, I'm just going to follow my stuff. DWAX up 3.65 on the day. Backed is up 4.5. Arrival, bought some of that yesterday. That's up 10.3 almost. That was trading at like $3 the other day. I had to. I mean, like it was pretty much half off when I bought it. MULN's up 8.33%. BBIG's up 2.4. GameStop's up 4.16, and AMC's up 4.71. Up 4.63 right now. I want to watch this TQQ just keep ripping. Jesus. SPY's up 1.54%. Beautiful. We're looking at about 7% up approximately here on Bitcoin, and about 9.75% here on ETH. Gotta love it. That VIX coming down. IWM showing some strength pre-market as well, up 1.5%. This doesn't even look weak, this TQQQ. It's just like cooling down on the RSI, and that's probably going to twist right back up at this rate. I mean, that's what it looks like it wants to do. MULN is already 2 million in volume. Its utilization is down though compared to where it usually is. Oh, I forgot to do this with you guys. Real quick, so we are showing extreme fear here on the greed or fear greed index. Momentum, extreme fear. Strength, extreme fear. Breadth, extreme greed. Put and call options, extreme fear. Volatility, fear. Safe haven demand, fear. Junk bond demand, extreme fear. Seems like people are scared shitless. On here, it doesn't really have much for today on the economic calendar. We have some FOMC members speaking, but they're mediums. They're not anything crazy. We'll look at the NASDAQ real quick and make sure that there's. We'll check the We'll check the regulation show. So we have ATER. I know one of my buddies was looking at CYN yesterday, so that's there. DWAC is on here. Interesting. I don't know if that was on there yesterday. MULN is still on there. Not my play, but Redbox is on there. I know a lot of people are in that right now. Not my play though. I am in ATER. They had bad earnings. DUAC kind of scares me right now with the whole Twitter deal, and then MULN. And I'd probably, if I was going to play DUAC, I'd play it through the warrants personally, but that's just me. Just because it's a hell of a lot cheaper, and the swings and percentages are much higher because of the dollar figure. It's like a weighted way to play it. I feel like I get more bang for my buck in warrants sometimes. I remember this is Prague's new symbol. And they have earnings today. AMD might rip, by the way. Just saying that out of the gate. Because they had a really good earnings report and then they got slammed yesterday. So they might rip. BKKT up 7.5 almost. MNTS, I think that they're going to have good earnings. They report today after the bell, I believe. They're up 3% right now. I think that they're going to have good earnings. SPY-G up almost 2.5%, we'll call it. Their heaviest holding is Apple, and Apple's up 2.3 as well. TQQQ up 7.11%. 7.8, well, 7.08, 7.11. QVXY, that's right, keep going down. I just really hope that I don't get suckered into this trap right here. I hope that this what's it called? I hope that this crypto is not a big trap, because they could very well just yank the rug right out from under me. And then that would probably kill a lot of the momentum. I have to exit a lot of positions really quickly. That's like a head and shoulders right there in Bitcoin. High shoulder on the left side, but overall. I should have kind of expected that going into open. Remember, there is like a chance, like very, very little, but there is a chance that they would actually have to like scalp crypto and sell it off in order to cover. I believe. I mean, like, unless the DTC is like literally accepting Bitcoin as like a payment method, which they very well could be. I know that they could use it as collateral, but in order to actually like pay like someone like the DTCC or somebody like that, you'd have to cash out first. I'm like 99% sure about that. UBS, they're up right now, but they got smoked by that Archegos stuff. So keep an eye about that. Arrival and backs dropped a little bit before open. It's probably because of the crypto dropping. Just a little bit. Fight for 32. Bitcoin. Let's look at SPY. SPY is at 404. Sub 404. Sorry about the dog. I'll fill up my other one in. 1 second, guys. I didn't know if anything's in here, but 1 second nonetheless. Why don't you just go lay down? I just want to see SPY rocket ship. If the SPY could go up like 15% today, that'd be lit. Do I think that's gonna happen? No. I mean, let's be realistic here. But is it possible? Hell, anything's possible. Probable no, though. They were so cheap that I got calls for tomorrow, though. So they expire tomorrow, and they're cheap as hell. A little bit high, but if they rip, I have a bunch of them. I wouldn't be surprised, even though ATR missed on earnings, right? That doesn't show it. Even though they missed on earnings, because of the price tag and because of the calls, right, and the float, the short interest on the float, I really wouldn't be surprised if I saw some high option activity and saw it move very rapidly. And if that is the case, I actually do have options on it. Am I going to buy more now that they lost on earnings? No. If I see it moving rapidly, maybe. I don't want to discredit it completely. Indecision. Inverted hammer, indecision, indecision, inverted hammer, indecision. Let's go up. This is right at a previous level right here too. That MACD looks like it wants to twist up. I might have to load up on some more prog today. I don't want to pay that though. I'd like to pay closer to Where she closed at yesterday. But on earnings, that's going to be really hard, most likely. Maybe I'll get some exposure through options. I don't know how I'll play that. MULN up 5.56. Range bound in between all the EMAs and the 200. And sitting on the VWAP right this second. After a nice little run up. So maybe it's taking a little breather. It looks like that MACD needs to twist around. And the RSI is a 41. For a 430 on SPY. Parabolic SAR symbol saying let it go, but she's fighting. She's clawing. Just under 9% up on ETH, 6.6 up on Bitcoin. Bless you, Bella. The Qs. I don't know why my dog's crying. Oh, you're just outside. You already ate. Like, that's an easy one. Apple's up 2. Tesla's up almost 4%. What are we doing here? Tesla's up to 817 right this second, which is great because I have Tesla. I don't have a call or anything. I just have Tesla. Getting a candle on AMC right now. 3 minutes to open, by the way. – 9% up on ETH. Okay, 2 minutes to open. 2.41% up on BBIG, 4.63% up on MULN. GameStop's 4% up as well. And then AMC is about 5% up. Pre. ATR is down 19% pre-market. TQQ is up almost 7% pre-market. UVXY is down 7.26%. Nice. AMD is up 3.3%, by the way. 1 minute to open. ETH is on its way up pre. Bitcoin's kind of chilling flat. 30 seconds. I'm amped. Hope you guys are too. Also, I don't know if you guys follow fractals. Just want to say, these were lining up for AMC. Kind of like how May was last year. Just saying. Not financial advice at all. Just saying. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? No, we're not going to do anything with BBIG. No. All right, AMC's hanging out. Let's see. Are we going to make a push up? Got slapped at the beginning. We're already at 2.2 million volume, which I do like. Especially after being like volume deprived like last little while. That's a big indecision candle right there. Now we're headed upwards. Again, I do like that. 5% up approximately on GameStop. SQ or the TQQ is up 8%, killing that. AMC is at 1341. I don't have $14 calls that are down right now. That literally makes no sense. Nice candle though on AMC. I'm liking that. 8% up almost. 7.75, 7.5. All right, cooling down a little bit. 72 on the RSI. It's got to cool down. BBIG's 3.5% up. It's at $3. 4.5% up on GameStop. 103.26. 9.77 or 9.75 ish on ETH to the upside. 7% on Bitcoin to the upside. MULN is at 111. 103 on GameStop. 405 on SPY. 405.5. Almost 4 million in volume on AMC already. I like that within the first 3 minutes. We're kind of getting back to like some like nice levels. For a while there, we were kind of bumming it on. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like we were like really dogging it when it came to volume. Rivals 10% up. We'll just see it. CEI is at like 4.5 up. Come on, AMC, let's go. Let's go for a ride. Oh, come on. TQQ 7% up. AMC new intraday high 1362. Push, baby, push. Push, 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 push. If we get big enough push, we go straight into gamma. No joke. That's how cheap these options are. We could just get FOMO, people FOMOing. Not financial advice whatsoever. Just saying that contracts are cheap. ATR is at 332. It was like chilling around like $4 yesterday before the bad earnings. MULN's at 110. 103.50 on GameStop. We're getting some nice candles here, like some nice size candles on AMC. Even though they're kind of engulfing each other, like we'll get a nice one, then like a red one will engulf it, etc., etc. But like we're getting some good movement, some good range on them, which I do like at least. 805 on Tesla. If anybody cares. 104 on GameStop. $63 on the RSI on AMC. Come on, baby. Push, 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 push. I want an intraday high. SPY's at 4037, at 4385. BBIG is pretty much flat. Look at that. As soon as open hit, ETH just dropped. Looks like we're working our way back up now, though. But still, what was I telling you guys about traps? Look at that. Bitcoin dropped. Dirty, 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 dirty. Gonna get a move here on AMC, looks like. Yeah. Intraday high. 9% up. 1373, 74, 77. 404 on SPY, 4430. 4440, 4450 hit for a second. Six percent up on GameStop, 105.30. 1391. We got a runner on our hands here. 14. Let it cool off. People are probably rolling options. Rival 9% up. Just backed isn't doing as like nearly as well. So we have a nice candle and it just gets engulfed. It's funny. I mean, it's a decent amount of volume now compared to what we've been dealing with. Like I said. Indecision right here on this candle. Here we go. Moving back up. 60 on the RSI. 104.75 on GameStop as well. MULN's flat. Slightly green now by a percentage. 403.75 on SPY. ETH is now up like 8.5%. Bitcoin is at 5.6% up. So it's just engulfing. Each one is engulfing like the previous candle. For the most part. Let's go, baby. 1375 right now on AMC. I'll look at the options on AMC real quick. A lot of open interest. Wow. A lot of open interest. TQQs are hovering just under 5% up. parabolic SAR self signal. That could just be the MACD needing to spin around, though, to be quite honest. Look at the advancing versus declining. I know that doesn't mean everything at all, but just under 103 on GameStop. AMC is looking for some strength. We're going to get it out to 48. All we need to do is start twisting. Got drop off on ETH. Right back down to 2,400. Real quick. Oh, God, I love cryptocurrency. See, I just wish that, like, I wish some of these companies couldn't carry cryptocurrency on their balance sheets. I feel like we'd be dealing with a totally different market. A completely different market. Alright, we made a run back down to the 200. Slightly below 200 now. Interesting. Remember, they have earnings today, MNTS. They have earnings. They're up 2 cents right now. And they just signed a deal with SpaceX. And they just got authorization from the FCC. Or is it the FCC? Whoever handles like flying, so they could be in space, essentially. They passed that. MACD spinning slowly, ever so slowly. Maybe head back to the downside, guys. I think we need to pick up in cryptocurrency. Just hit 13. 102.85 on GameStop. MULN's red. BBIG's red. Oh. This candle here on Amy, going back up to push a 200. Can we do it? That'd be a decent twist on the MACD as well. RSI is only 41. At the 200. Tell you what, if we shoot right back to where we were, that is going to be great looking recovery. SPY's at 402.11, up 1%. It wants to chill right around 13. I don't like it. I want to see some bias. The buy is at. Could be getting supply under the 200 as well. Waiting for that MACD to twist up. RSI is a 40. 5% up on GameStop. 103.80. Uh, 4275 on SPY. Yeah, we need to push. Push. For a 3 on SPY. UVXY is down a buck. So 2 indecision candles right there. That's more of like an inverted hammer. I think we're just doing supply underneath this 200. Almost 104 here on GameStop as well. TR is now down 14%. It was worse. BBIG is down 3%, and MULN is essentially flat. It's down half a penny. And some indecision here on AMC. She doesn't know what she wants to do. ETH is up like 8.5, and Bitcoin's like 5.5% up. Alright, now we're getting some action here. A little bit of a push in AMC. Come on, let's sustain it. Let me clear this right here, that wick. Fighting, fighting, fighting. Inverted hammer. Oh, the indecision here. It's a sounding. What's that bell? Start the pivot. Do the pivot. Okay. Don't like that. Let's get back on the right side of the pivot. Get back up there. Bella, stop. I don't know what you want. You're already outside. I can't do anything for you right this second. You have water. You have food. Give me a toy. Alright, come on. Let's go. GameStop's 4% up. SPY is at 403.50. MULN's flat. BBIG pretty much flat. It's down 8 cents realistically. Nothing insane. Where's it go? Alright, come on, AMC. Nice push. Nice push. Nice push. Nice push. Right to 200. Come on. It does it. Like, it's getting hit at the 200. There's a lot of downward pressure at the 200. I just want to see if they loaded into puts. I mean, there's a decent amount of put. Oh, somebody bought a lot of $10 puts. Good morning there, top 10. Somebody bought a lot of $10 puts. What's the volume? Oh no, they've been there. What about the calls? What's calls look like? People are buying a lot of calls right now on AMC though. How you doing, top 10? You in any kind of like plays that I'm not really covering at all? Like, these are going to be kind of my mainstays. ATER got kind of demolished on earnings. They were down another 5%, worse than they were now. Like, they were down like close to 20%, like 19 change. So coming back a little bit, but right now, AMC did a lot of volume in the beginning, and now it's just struggling to get over 200. But like I just said, there are a lot of calls being bought on it, so that's interesting to me. GameStop's at 103.50, BBIG's at 280. 109 on MULN. 69 cents on CEI. SPY is at almost 404. Looks like that MACD finally wants to start spinning up. Need some strength, come on. 8 3/4 up on ETH, and 5.7 on Bitcoin, percentage wise. UVX wise, chilling at 18.25. TQQ is up like 5.75 as well, percentage. Oh man. Yeah, dog, I got you. You don't mind if I do it on a different screen now real quick, right? Just because I like to kind of like keep it up. Like keep my chart up while I check. Alright, MULN is and let me get MULN down. Let me go down there so you can see it. MULN it's obviously still on threshold. Net borrow of 0.14%. So light net borrow. 13.47 of the float is short interest. 5.4% cost to borrow average. Utilization though is only 73.5, which I find that very interesting after dropping. Now keep in mind we still have to have the T+2. Yeah, dude, I got you. We still have to do like the T+2, but like the utilization dropping off like it has, it's kind of like a head scratcher to me. Oh, did you see the news about the what's it called? Did you see the news about the battery testing? One second, let me put her outside real quick. Yeah. Top 10. Did you see thing about the battery testing from MULN? I think I think realistically, we're gonna get better news, or we'll get a better result when they announce the Fortune 500 company. In all honesty, that's what I think. But I was looking at the specs from CENN, CENN, is doing a delivery van type deal like MULN is, but theirs is like more of like a heavy duty. It doesn't go as fast, and the range is lower than MULN's. So I mean, I prefer MULN's personally. Our range is much higher as well. Now I will say their payload is a little bit heavier, but again, they only go 60 miles an hour, and their range is like 120 miles, when ours is over 200. It's like a double bottom right here. Look at that. Up 9% on ETH, 6% on Bitcoin. MULN's pretty much flat. I really hope the Qs just rip. I just want them to rip all day. Ugh. Come on, don't do this to me. Let's go. That's your opinion. I disagree. I disagree heavily. I think that MULN has a community support. I believe that they have the orders from the Fortune 500 company. They have a lot of bots. You have to think about this, like, who in their right mind is spending as much money as they are on bots unless they're, pardon my language. But that's the way I see it. Like, you don't spend that much money on, like, first of all, you don't put out a fake news, like a fake like that short report that was proved to be false. You don't put something like that out that you know you're going to get sued over unless you're like really boned. Like, you got to be like really, really, really screwed in order to want to do that. Look at ATR moving. That was just down 15%. 9.3. No, it hasn't. There's speculation. I mean, unless you know it. There's speculation, but I mean, there's no. Well, they're making the vans, but nobody knows who the company is yet. That's the thing. We're all patiently waiting for the van news. That's fine, dude. I used to do work like I used to have like one employee. No, I had a few. I had like three, and like, dude, I'd pump out like mad numbers. Like before Rona, like I was putting up like some like big numbers, and I had like 3 employees. I mean, think about this. Okay, I'm gonna drop a bombshell on you that you're probably gonna be like, oh wow, yeah, I forgot to like count that in. Think about artificial intelligence and manufacturing. You barely even need people nowadays. I mean, it's killing. I mean that, but see, I'll be honest. That's why I didn't buy as many options as I usually do. I bought a lot of straight stock, just and also because of the price. AMD ripping like I said earlier. If anybody was in here. The reason why I think AMD is going to rip today is because they had a killer earnings report and they got slaughtered yesterday, along with everything else. Um, yeah, dude, it's like if you've done the way that I see it is like if I've done the DD on something, like unless something changes with the information, okay, then the DD is done. I'm not gonna go back and second guess myself. The DD is done. And like, yeah, I'll trade the chart, don't get me wrong, right? But I was just averaging in. Or I was averaging down after I averaged up. Like, I think my original entry was like 140 something, and then I got up to like 165 something, or no, 166, and then I got down to like 163 or something. I really should average in more. No, in all reality. 32 on Bitcoin, briefly. Sorry about the dogs. I'm gonna have to go let her in. I'm not liking that 48 coming down. Lucky, chill out, bub. Not liking that 48 at all. Where the Q's at? ETH is chilling. UVXY is looking good. MULN up 1%. GameStop 102.43. Just under 13 here on AMC. Let's see if we could push above these EMAs right here. I do not want a death cross. It's only the 1 minute, so it really wouldn't confirm. I'd have to confirm it on multiple timelines, but nonetheless, let's just try to avoid it altogether. For a 4 on SPY. TQQs are 6.5 up. Inverted hammer on the pivot point. For AMC, come on, baby. Let's go. I just have so many freaking AMC goals. Ugh. Chilling on the pivot. Don't like that. I want to get up. 41 on the RSI. Push it, baby. Push it. Indecision right there. We need to push. We're on the 48's on the 200. All right, dogs at the door. 1 second.
Go ahead now. Both of you.
Don't like this. Uh-oh, parabolic. Guess they are. ETH is coming down a little bit. Bitcoin's coming down a little bit. Oh boy. I just almost sold an AMC contract. And I was gonna like hold on and then snap it, but looks like we're getting some strength right here. Come on. Almost 8.5 up on ETH. 5.65 up on Bitcoin. UVXY is down 7%. MULN's up 1.4. ATR is down 11.5. 101 on GME. I've been like crushing these reversions lately. I'm gonna be honest. And honestly, yo, that guy's the guy from MULN is probably gonna try to time it up with the with a BBIG cryptide thing. That's what I would do if I was CEO of MULN. I mean, they're both like gamma. In my opinion, I think they're gamma plays. So I would try to time it up with the cryptide like holding like date. That way it screws them like it screws over somebody if they're short on both. So I believe that would be like the 16th because it's got to settle. So T plus 2. Yeah. Whether or not that comes to fruition, that's two totally different things. But I mean, I'm just saying that's what I would do. It's by the 404 10-ish. We are making another appeal here to the 200 and the 48 essentially. I mean, we gotta go through the 48, which is pretty much on top of the 200. Just had this 48 on AMC. MULN is up a penny, up 3% on GME. Push it, push it, push, 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 push. And you get on top of the MACD. That MACD is going to get on top. Uh, 1.4% down on BBIG. I don't know how BBIG is down with like after the Tide dividend. I really don't. Same thing with Twitter. I don't know how Twitter is not already pinned to like 54.20. That doesn't make sense to me. We are above the 200. 13.17, 13.18. Now we got to deal with the VWAP. RSI is 58, so we still got some gas. And we'll come back down to the 200, hopefully for some support before we go back up. What are we doing? Just under 102, or at 102 on GameStop. It's just grinding towards that MACD. ETH is up 8.25. Bitcoin's up 5.75-ish. TQQ is up 7%. MULN is up 1.3. Almost 2%. It's kind of battling right there. 284 on BBIG. What are we doing? Come on. $52 on the RSI, 53. Pushing through the 200 again. Come on, we need to pass this stuff, this junk. Could be a nice looking cup and handle. $8.2 up on ETH. Okay, alright. Sorry, I was reading a message there. Very pivotal candle. Let's go right through the VWAP. Come on. See all these EMAs right here? When they twist through that 200, that might carry some momentum. So right now we are range bound in between the 200 and the VWAP. All the EMAs are under us. Trying to twist to the right side. Indecision candle right there. Oh boy. Dropping down slightly after that indecision candle. Don't like that. Trying to see if I can find a pattern somewhere. Not really. Okay, 5 minute. A 5 minute could be forming a cup. I mean, it's really hard to tell. Looks like it's starting to twist up on 5 minute though. On the MACD, feel it 3. I don't know. It's almost like a water run, and then it kind of just dropped us off. We are just fighting to bring these EMAs together. Just under 101 on GME. Just over 13 on AMC. We're even on MULN. 283 on BBIG. CEI is at 67 cents. SPY's at 402.84. Indecision. We need to rocket above this junk. Preferably over the VWAP, to be quite honest. Over the VWAP, we get dangerous because all the EMAs would be in order then. MULN slightly green. 101. Slight and change here on GME. Like, this is just consolidating right here. Chilling with the EMAs. That MACD. Get it nice and close. Hopefully we get a push. And with the right push, we could wrap all the EMAs up on top of each other. Parabolic SIR. Sell signal, but we're getting some strength. That just tells me it's not trying to do what the price action is trying to indicate. $7.65 up on ETH. It's 2,400. 31.5 ish on Bitcoin. MULN's flat. ATR is down 351. BBIG is at 280. GME is at 120 cents. 402 change here on SPY. Shit. God damn it. Hold on. Ah, okay. Funny how it draws up like that. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. At the 48. Twist over the MACD would be huge. Alright. Over the 200. Still got to pass this junk, and we got to go up to the VWAP. Go ahead, more. Parabolic self symbols. No thanks. We're pushing. Push. 57 on the RSI. Look at these parabolic SAR cell signals. That's hilarious. No. Nope. Spin it around. Too much. Get too much momentum. Keep it going. Gotta clear what's that? 1322. On the MACD. Spies at 40220. 31.6 on Bitcoin. 2,400 on ETH. 100 almost even on GameStop. 281 on BBIG. 107 on MULN. 350 on ETR. Indecision candle right there on AMC. We need to drive. Come on. Come on. All right, so we're on the top of the 200. Well, we need some pressure here. We need some demand. $99. Okay, 100 on GME. All right, 13's coming up to the 48. Sorry. They probably see something on TV or something. I just want to click on this real quick. I'm surprised this is a volume, average volume. Okay. Volume 49,000. Okay. Just under 100 on GME. Can I get double top? Not liking that. ETH is at just under 2,400. Just above 31.5 on Bitcoin. TLT is at 116. Spotted at 402. Almost, yeah, 401 change now. Watch this come right down to the pivot and then move up. I wouldn't be surprised. Not one bit. Now, if we break through the pivot, that's when I might move some stuff around. Like a hard breakthrough pivot. I won't like buy put on anything or anything like that, but I might switch some things up. Alright, hopefully we get a double bottom right off this stuff right here. 3% down on BBIG. We're just under 100 on GameStop. 107 on MULN. 358 on ATER. 68 cents on CEI. SPY's 401. Down to pivot on AMC. Hopefully we get the double bottom I was talking about earlier off this kind of stuff right here. This little junk. Alright, let's go. Come on. Let's jet. 107.5 on MULN. 363 on ATER. It's only down 9%. It was down 20% earlier. TLT 116.10. 302 on the Qs. 302.15 to be specific. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on, show me something. We could wrap up right here on the MACD. It is possible. $37 on the RSI, so it's oversold slightly. I mean, more towards the oversold side, I'd say. Still, it wouldn't be oversold till 30, but you get what I'm saying. We twist up on that MACD. Very, very possible to get back over that pivot. 1280. 1280 over here though. 1279. Come on, up, 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 up. GameStop is down 98 change. SPY's on its way down. Oh shit. If I do that. Do I iron nut this? Trying to think if I like iron nutted. I'm already pretty deep. Oh, look at that sell-off. Woo! Okay, I mean, this could turn around any point in time, or it could just happen all day. Right through all that average volume. I think we're going to turn right back up. Now, usually Bitcoin and ETH are going to have like very similar movements. ETHs are just a little bit more pronounced just because of the dollar figure. If you're wondering why I'm looking at ETH and not Bitcoin. And why the hell does... Alright, I'm going to say, why is that lagging? $26 on the RSI. Look at that sell-off. I kind of want it makes me want to buy stuff. Let's buy another call. Come on, baby, come on. That was just a... That was like a hard sell-off. I got oversold. I just felt like I had to do something. ATR is moving. It's like slow and steady, it is moving. And that's just because even though it had bad earnings, it's just the options and the amount on the float, like the short or the what's it called, the short interest on the float. Why does this webull suck? Hold on a second, guys. Okay, so there's an update, but I'll have to do it later because I'm not gonna do it on stream in the middle of a trading day. Come on. I just really don't believe. Oh wait, do I want to do that, or do I want to buy these because they're so cheap? It's getting hit. Ugh, I don't like to see that. I just bought a few more contracts on it too. 19 on the RSI, that's wild. $3.99 on SPY. Oh, it's getting hit. Oh, baby, it's getting hit. I should buy more. Like too late. Sorry about my dogs. They're on ham. They love my neighbor. People got it. Like, this has to be like a waiting time where people are probably loading up. People are buying 15s. It's 1 million shares that would have to be hedged for at 15. I already have 15s, I think. No, I don't. I actually have 14s and I have 16 5s. Then I have a bunch of 18s. See, I like being like under where everybody else is. Because if they try to make those ones expire out of the money, but then try to bring it like as close to them as possible, then I still do pretty like end up doing pretty well. Oh, hold on a second, please, 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 please. Um, come on, Phil, you son of a bitch. Okay. Alright, I just buy even more contracts. 1 second, let me see what my dog wants before. Alright, sorry about that. It's not for their second breakfast. Now remember, Europe closes in 40 minutes. We could have a completely different session here in 40 minutes. Sometimes I do like to front run it though. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's right, with them big candles. Let me see them boom booms. Apple's up, Tesla's slightly up, Netflix is up, Facebook's up. Qs are 299.5, slightly up. Only 3% up on Bitcoin. Come on, let me see some more boom booms. More boom booms, please. Come on. What's just going on with ETH? Still haven't found our strength yet. Okay. Bitcoin look like? Probably very similar, but we're getting some strength here on Bitcoin though. So we couldn't find it on ETH, but we're getting it on Bitcoin. You tell when something's a manufactured sell-off. Yeah, dude. Spy's gonna follow Bitcoin probably. Like huge sell-off. Yeah, Selly and MACD twist. Hopefully, dude, at the pivot point. Hopefully. I'm surprised ETH took as long as it did for it to find some strength. $94 on GME. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I already have some. Maybe I'll do another one actually. Uh, Day's high is 406. Come on. I just got another. I got another SPY contract just because you said that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Little bit out of the money, not too far though. Like it's already been there today. All I would need is a little bit of a retrace. Oh, see, I went a little bit more ambitious. I went a little bit more ambitious. I went with a 405. Not financial advice whatsoever. I think that there was more. I think that's why I did it. There was like more people trading it. Yeah, there was open interest was like twice as much as everything except for 410. 410 it's loaded. I gotta let her out after Geek just fed her. Give me 1 second. Alright, hammer candle. What are we gonna do here? Right back up. Let's climb the ladder. We need to break that pivot quick. The longer we're under that pivot, the worse off we are. What time was he speaking again? Remember? Come on, baby. Push, 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 push. Ugh. That MACD looks like it wants to twist up, though. 37 on the RSI. 11:30? Alright. Try to remind me if I don't, like, play for chat, because I'll play for chat straight up. Come on, SPY. Don't do me dirty. I'm like dancing with the devil right now just because of how low it's been going. Biden coming up to talk. He is going to be talking supposedly about economic growth, though. So I don't know exactly how that's going to go down. Usually when he talks, the market just drops. But like, he's talking about a topic that might make the market move upward. Although it's him talking, so probably not. $11.99 on AMC. It's crazy. Give me some candles. Come on, baby. Look at that. Oversold twice. Bang, bang. MULN 104. ATR was worse. It's at 347. BBIG's at 276. GameStop's at 93. How much are GameStop calls? Like, I about a GameStop call. I felt like I had to. Yeah, look at GameStop. GameStop's at 92.65, dude. And look how oversold it is. I'm about $100 call for next week. Yeah, but ATR also missed earnings, though. They missed on their earnings. Keep that in mind. And although they do have naked shorts, so like it's kind of like if they've confirmed naked shorts. Hmm. Oh boy, the Qs. Don't do that to me. And the Qs come back up. Come on, AMC, don't do this. You know you don't wanna. Let's see. Oh. Okay, I mean, I could hit that. I'll be all right. But I really don't want to see it sink below that Because then I'm gonna start getting reckless with options. I don't want to do that. Maximum pain, AMC. Maximum pain's 14 right now. AMC. GME is 115. SPY is 408 as far as max pain. $31,000 on Bitcoin. 2350 on ETH. Qs are slightly up. Keyword slightly. See, I just know that like the whole market could just change as soon as Europe can't trade anymore. And I see that we're like kind of we're trying to bottom out. It makes me just bullish, even though the fact that he's speaking, which him speaking is usually just terrible. So like I don't know why I feel the way I do about it. Maybe because everything's been like the opposite lately. I don't know. 11 on the RSI. $11 on the RSI. That is just madness. Wow. That's crazy. 91.01. Lost 91, okay. Less than 31 on Bitcoin as well. Come on, don't do this. Not a 9 on the RSI. This might be the lowest I think I've ever seen GME on the RSI. Quite possibly. Come on, you son of a gun. 90. And we have 918 on 920 on the RSI. That's crazy, 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 crazy. $90.01. 1173 on AMC. BBIG is at 272. MULN's at 101. SPY's at 397. Of course. I don't know why I bought SPY calls with Biden talking. Ugh. I don't know why I did that. That was really. I shouldn't have done that. I should have waited till he was done talking. Should have bought puts and then a call. Oh well. GME 8961. Bitcoin has recaptured 31,000. Amazon down a full percentage almost. Momentous is down. I have no idea why Momentous is down. Like, they're probably gonna have a good earnings report today. They have good news with what's it called? With SpaceX. BlackRock's under $600. $88.88. Yeah, if there's just like a huge like boom boom candle off 88.88, then that like I'm just gonna call signaling right there, but it doesn't look like it. A 7. A 7 on the RSI. This like it's almost humorous. A 7 on the RSI. That's literally like it's almost funny to me. It shouldn't be because I'm getting nailed on this call. But let's see. Let's see what Vortex say. They borrowed 1.4% on GME. They borrowed 0.94% on AMC. BBIG is a borrow of 9.74. MULN is a borrow of 1.1%. Wait, BBIG. How the hell is. Should I. All right, so I had to do it. I just bought 100 more BBIG just because I saw how much they borrowed today. It is what it is. And we're gonna candle off 88 on GME. BBIG is gonna be like so. So for every for every 10 BBIG, you get one Cryptide, which is supposed to be valued around like $8 to $10. So in theory, yeah, I mean, I think that's a smart buy at the price that's currently trading at. I can't believe it's trading at under 280 right this second, but they borrowed like 9% on it already. That's insane. Looks like I bought it at the right time. Probably gonna get up in here and then like do some more volume and be similar to a head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulders. Unless we do a handle right off of this. My neighbor's outside. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Hanging out with my dog. Lucky, come here, Bubba. That's fine. I'll pet you instead. Oh, hey, come here. I'll pet you instead, buddy. It's fine. ATR is at 340. Bitcoin is 31 change. 2340 on ETH. All right, AMC, let's go. Let's go for a ride here. Come on. 45 on the RSI. MACD twisting. Oh, gap up action. Slight gap up. $103 on MULN. Looks like I bought that call on GME at good time as well. I love sniping calls. I do. Only when it pans out for me though. Only when it looks good right after. That AMC candle. All right, coming up on the MACD. What are we gonna do? ETH is just not moving. No, it was moving. My webull just kind of sucks. All right, looks like it's starting to spin up a little bit. I'm gonna get the YouTube thing. One second. I'm gonna have my other dog in real quick. Oh. So we're basically waiting on White House to start the broadcast. It's nothing for Tesla. The thing moves like $60 every day. Come on, pop out of that flag. Come on. MULN's at 102, 101.5, 273 on BBIG. That's incredible. Oh boy. Come on. You're gonna give me double bottom right here? Down 6% on MULN. 91.24 on GameStop. 31,000 on Bitcoin still. Three minutes till Europe closes. $91.25 on GME, $11.88 on AMC. I gotta let my other dog in. What are we doing here? Alright, let's see. Europe closes in 2 minutes. $11.84 on AMC. Don't lose that support. You son of a bitch. Yeah, move. Push. 30 seconds till Europe closes. Go ahead. They're closed for the day. What are we gonna do now? Go ahead. Pop to the up. Pop to the upside. Go ahead. 1184 on AMC. 92.22 on GME. 273 on BBIG. 101. Almost 102 on MULN. 340 on ATER. Bitcoin's getting a little bit. 31, 150, well, 175. I have the Biden link ready to go as soon as they start talking, or as soon as they actually go live. So we'll have it 31.2 on Bitcoin. This is not moving again. Oh yeah, okay. ETH is looking a lot stronger now. Awkward looking double bottom. Looks like we got a cup and handle forming on GME. That could be a trap right there. We're gonna have be range bound in between two previous areas. Makes sense. Also could be like a cup and handle forming there. Going across the MACD right now as well. Close to the MACD on that one there. Let's see. 1175 on AMC. Don't like that. I want to see us get some strength here. I don't even know who Ron Watson is. So I could really care less. If I kicked him out of my live, then he was probably talking FUD on MULN. Usually, what I do is I give people I'll give them a warning, and then if they keep going, then I'll just give them I'll put them in timeout, and I'll explain to them why they're in timeout, and then if they come out of timeout and they keep doing it, then why am I gonna have someone like that on my channel? Honestly, I have enough crypto, and I keep compiling more where I'd be okay with it. I don't know. I'd be fine. I'd be just fine. Might suck for, a short brief period, but um it'd be fine after a little bit. Where are we sending them? Where are we sending them? Do you know? I'm waiting for that like clown to start speaking soon. But where do you do you know where they're going or no? Also on Bloomberg this morning, it was like 4 this morning. Oh boy. At like 4 this morning, the Fed put out a notice about oil and commodities about potential margin calls. Now, I think that that's a misdirection because where they're really screwed, in my opinion, is like the derivatives. And honestly, a company's balance sheet is their balance sheet, so whatever they have to spend, they have to spend. It doesn't matter like where they get like messed up, if that makes sense. So that I found that very interesting. You know what it does though, bro? It Like I bought options in here, and I bought one right here too. I'm not gonna lie, but I got one there, and I got options down here too. What it does, and that's not financial advice at all, not at all, right? But what it does is it makes options more affordable for the retail investor. And there's like a lot of people buying options. So then what it does is it causes gamma squeezes. See, that's too far out for me. I play with like high volatility. The only far one out that I have is I have a July GameStop. I have a July GameStop because I wanted to be after the dividend date. And then I also have a July. I have two BBIG. I feel you. I just go shorter. I go shorter length. That way I get more of them. It's a little bit more risky, but I have a high risk appetite. It's just how I do things. And then I have two July BBIG 10s. And then yeah, I lost. Well, see, I also made a lot of money on them too. So like they kind of wipes null. But my BBIG Julys are for 10s, and I never ever like go that far out of the money. I'm always like at the money, like within like at least like a couple strikes. You know what I mean? But because of what I see BBIG and its potential doing, I found the chain with like the highest up strike price. No, but people come in here and talk about that guy all the time, and I think I kicked him out too because they just keep talking about a MULN share offering, but there's no such thing. Like there's if you're gonna come and talk about something factual, like I'm all for it. But no, I believe he came in and he was talking about a go. He was talking about a MULN share offering, but realistically, it's warrants that we've known about since like September, and they're only exercisable at like $8.80. So there's no reason to freak people out when it's at $1. But it's not an offering, and it was already established in September of last year. And they're warrants. They're warrants that are exercisable. It's like it's totally different than an offering. And if you want to say it was an offering, then maybe it was an offering in September of last year. But it's nothing new. It's not new information. It's old information to scare people. Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of money to be made on this volatility. Mark my words. Like I'm probably gonna be playing a lot of just in like leverage ETFs and inverse ETFs and things of that nature. Just because of the volatility. Like I might have like some straight stock, like in like BlackRock or like Tesla, and just like let it hang. Blackstone and like high quality names. I don't even know who this Joe Gumball guy is, so I'm not gonna talk smack about him. He was just if it's the person that everybody keeps saying that like was in my chat and I kicked him out, it was because first of all it was the same day that there was like 20 MULN bots in my chat. And then second of all, I warned him and I told him that he was incorrect. And I actually gave him my Twitter handle and I told him that if he believes that he's correct, to feel free to DM me, like, some DD, because I would apologize and I would say, yeah, you know what, you are right. But he never DM'd me, and he kept talking about like MULN FUD. And as somebody who's very deep on MULN, I don't really want a bunch of FUD going around about it. I'd rather people be knowledgeable and understand what's actually going on with the company. I mean, from somebody told me he was long on it too. So I mean, I could only imagine he would want the same thing, unless he wanted it to fail for some reason. So we're showing strength on Bitcoin, but now we're getting a little bit of a push. Same thing with the ETH. MACD looks like it's trying to cross on SPY. Like, people should know the right information. And if you don't know the information, ask. We could do research together. I will literally go ahead and Google it, and I'll figure it out on stream. Like, that's fine if I don't already know it. But it just so happened that I know that information, and I got asked about a MULN offering like 20 times previous already during the day, so I really was kind of over it. Oh, that sink. Let's go, baby. Push, 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 push. 31, 360, 350 on Bitcoin. 2365 on ETH. Still waiting on Grandpa. Got my phone right here though, with the waiting on him. Look how flat this is. That's flat. After we got that push, it formed a cup and then just went flat. As if like it was just waiting for the 48 to come down to it. That's interesting. MACD going across. Yeah, MACD's going across it right now. 2.42 million in volume. Its average is 4.18. So we're a little bit above average on volume on GameStop. Something to keep in mind. Ooh. What are you doing? Yeah, that's right. Get back up there. Right. 274 on BBIG, 104 on 103 on MULN, 103.5. 346 on ATER, 62 cents on CEI. That's wild. What are you gonna do for me, AMC? We're gonna pop 40 on the RSI, just under the MACD. Probably just gonna trade sideways until he's talked. $6 up on ETH, 4% up on, well, 4.2 on Bitcoin. Inverted hammer. We are in a decent sized wedge after that huge sell off, so we did kind of break that downtrend. I don't know why this isn't started yet. He's always so late. It's like 20 minutes late. $91.62 on GameStop. 104 on MULN. 103 on MULN. 273 on BBIG. $5.77 up on ETH. 4% up on Bitcoin. Ow. I wish this would respect that line a little bit better. Ooh, 396 on SPY. Come on, push it up. 38 on the RSI. Come on. Hang in there, SPY. Since the market's like kind of been doing like a whole bunch of opposites, I'm kind of hoping that like does the opposite of what it usually does when he comes out and talks. I know that's totally wishful thinking, but at least I'm straight up about it. Kind of just YOLO'd on an inverse day to day. $91.02 on GameStop, $11.66 on AMC, $2.71 on BBIG, $103 on MULN, $3.42 on ATER, 61 cents on CEI. SPY's catching a candle here. We're at 396 fit and a half. 397. Come on, baby, let's go. Jet for me. Come on, Jet. Son of a bitch. Come on. Nice wick up here. Let's see if we get some follow through. And then if we do get some follow through, then it would be three little soldiers, which is a technical buy sign. No, that's not financial advice. It's legitimate fundamentals. We are going against the parabolic SAR as well. 397.15. Push. 580 on ETH to the upside, 415% on Bitcoin to the upside. Come on, push. An option Greek. No, I talk about Greeks like in live chat, but like I feel really weird, like just like I was gonna do one about this company called ESSC because here I'll show you why. Look at their float. Bang. Now look how small their float is. 241,000 shares. I was gonna make one about ESSC. I don't like making like just like random just like short videos, which is probably why my subscriber count is down, in all honesty. And I could definitely get more subscribers that way, but that it's just not me. Like before the vid, I was like I had like 3 businesses, and I was just a salesman. So like I just go off the cuff. I don't want to plan out a video and do all that kind of stuff. That's not my style at all. I mean, I should, because I know that'll give me subscribers, which is what I need. But I don't know. It's not how I do things, I guess. But like I'll talk about Greeks and stuff in live chat. if you're curious. And then for like exact definitions, if you're looking for like exact definitions, I would just say go to go to Investopedia. I mean that's how I learned how to trade options. I just went to Investopedia and I literally like learned everything that there was to learn about options that I could like mentally absorb. Come on, 396.5. It's trying. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Let's get some momentum. Push, 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 push. Push. 397. Going for 397.5. Come on. We're at the 48. To the 48. At the 48. Come on. Push, 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 push. 397.5. RSI's at 53. We want to clear this, to be quite honest. Through the 48. Come on, push. Push, you motherfucker. Push. 397 and change. Let's see. We're going to get some support on the 48. Come on. Just run it. We have 54 on the RSI. Come on, just go. It's engulfing all that progress we just made. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait. Why is there no volume? The volume's super low, guys. I'm sorry. That's because they couldn't have jobs without a vaccine, Joe. Bro, I don't want to get political on my channel, but yeah. Like he could literally pull one executive order through and wipe our entire deficit. I'll tell you about that in a second, though. Push, 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 push. This would be a weird looking double bottom. It's like a quad bottom, really. Catch you later, Doug. Oh. Stop calling it Putin's war. We have the resources here. Putin's invasion. Putin this, Putin that. Let's fucking blame other people. Run, run, run. Go. By taxing you for it. Because they'd make more money. The Putin price hike. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Uh, Is that enough when you're taxing them, 5 times as much?
First of all, their plan is to give oil companies a free pass. For example, right now oil companies are sitting on 9,000 unused leases, oil leases,
because they can't get
are the property
authorization to use them.
on the property of the federal government. Under my plan, they would have to pay taxes, and if they don't use those leases to produce more oil, they just can't sit on it. Unlike under the Republican plan, they'd be allowed to continue to sit on this land without producing while shipping record profits back to their investors. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices.
No, we do have solutions, actually.
No, we have no plan. They have no plan to bring down energy prices today. No plan to get us to a cleaner, energy independent future tomorrow. So, in the future, American families are no longer subject to the whims and of dictators halfway around the world. The next thing is let's compare our plans when it comes to lowering everyday cost. My plan is to make concrete, common sense steps to bring down the biggest expenses that families are facing. Let's take drug prices. My plan will let Medicare negotiate prices for prescription drugs, like they do with the Department of what the administration is able to negotiate.
What department was that?
For military. The cap, and I also call for a cap on the price of insulin, which 200 million, beg your pardon, 200,000 American children rely on because they have type 2 diabetes at $35 a month. It costs $10 to make the insulin. They make a significant profit.
It's a twilight zone. Trump tried to do that, and the Democrats denied it.
Think of the difference it will make in millions of American families, like the family I met with in Virginia about 3 weeks ago, struggling every day, every single month to afford their son's insulin. On this and other issues, I've laid out specific proposals to Congress to bring down the cost of the everyday cost many American families face. And that's in addition to the work my administration has already done to lower prices. Another reason why prices are up for products people need relates to whether or not the manufacturer has access to all the materials they need to build a product. Think of the materials you need to build a house. If you can't get the materials from the ship to shore, from the shore to the home, the prices are going to go up. That's why we brought labor and industry together on the West Coast to improve operations at the ports, to speed up the transfer of products from abroad to shore, from shore to the location where they're going to be used. So those products can move more quickly and cheaply. We haven't had enough truckers, for example, to deliver the lumber or other goods. That's why we are executing a plan to get more truckers on the job. It reduces the time it takes to move the goods quickly. Another problem we face is in some industries, there isn't enough competition. And I've often said that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So we're promoting competition for everything from internet services to meat processing. We basically have 4 meat processors in the whole country.
That should give Comcast a shot down.
Burgers you buy. So they set the price. When there's no competition, they can set the price higher and higher. So we're helping smaller companies get into the game to compete and help bring down the overall prices. The bottom line is easing these bottlenecks and making our supply chains more secure is a major focus of my economic strategy. So things move more quickly. Prices go down, not up. Some parts of my plan I've been able to get done on my own. I mean, just without congressional approval. Some parts are being held up by Congress. But all of my plan is focused on lowering costs for the average family in America, to give them just a little bit of breathing room.
Doing a great job, Joe.
What's the congressional Republican plan? They don't want to solve inflation by lowering your cost. They want to solve it by raising your taxes and lowering your income. I happen to think it's a good thing when American families have a little more money in their pockets at the end of the month.
You're lying to people.
Republicans in Congress don't seem to think so. Their plan has actually made working families, it's going to make working families poorer. You don't have to take my word for it. It's in writing. They've made their intentions perfectly clear. Senator Rick Scott, Wisconsin, a member of the Senate Republican leadership, laid it all out.
That's great.
Plan is the ultra MAGA agenda. Their plan is to raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year.
They'd make a hell of a lot more money.
The average tax increase would be
So they'd be okay with it, probably.
$500 per family. They've got it backwards, in my view. I proposed a minimum tax for billionaires. In recent years, the average billionaire has paid about 8% in federal taxes. Congressional Republicans have proposed increasing taxes on teachers and firefighters. 55% of the largest corporations paid net zero in federal taxes in 2020 on $40 million profits. It just isn't right. That's why I proposed a minimum tax for corporations. Their plan would also raise taxes on 82% of small business owners making less than $50,000 a year, but it would do nothing to help to hold big corporations and companies accountable. Think about it. Republicans in Congress are so deeply committed to protecting big corporations and CEOs that they would rather see taxes on working American families and try to depress their wages to take on inflation.
What do you think employs these people?
Many of these companies are recording record profit margins, even as they raise prices records amount. Look, you've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I'm not out to punish anybody. I have no problem with companies getting and generating reasonable profits. But in this moment of peril, with the war overseas and inflation surging around the world, the last thing we should be thinking about is rewarding companies for exploiting the situation. While families
No, because then they'll just turn to AI and then replace the employee completely. Jesus.
Sharing their record profits and explain how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to do to cover their costs. And all this time, they're not even paying for a fair share of taxes in the first place. You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporations pay their fair share. My plan asks those companies to pay their fair share in taxes. Congressional Republican plan, let them off scot-free. And if you weren't extreme enough on the Congressional Republican agenda, they put it in writing. It also calls on Congress to put Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid on the chopping block every 5 years. Now, if I had seen it in writing, I think somebody's making this up.
What's wrong with rebudgeting?
Every 5 years, all those programs would cease unless they're re-voted. That the Congress comes along and says, yeah, we want to keep these plans, affirmatively voting for them.
Because you should revote. Rebudget. Jesus.
Imagine all the bargaining that's going to take place. Democrats want to maintain Social Security, you got to give up such and such. Look, I want to give Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices and make it stronger.
All right, AMC stood at 48. Come on.
Republicans kind of want to make Medicare's very existence up for vote over and over again, along with Social Security and Medicaid.
Let's go.
How well are we going to sleep at night, knowing that every 5 years
53 on the RSI.
Republicans, if they're still Republicans, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party. If we're going to have to vote on whether you will have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what amounts you'll have in each of those programs.
ETH is up 6%. Bitcoin's up 4%.
Use them as hostages every 5 years to get their way on other things. Think about it. Give us another tax cut for billionaires or Social Security gets it. Stop investing in clean energy, or we're gonna kiss your Medicare goodbye. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the majority of the Republicans buy on to Scott's plan, but that's a plan in writing. He's in the leadership. Finally, let's do one more comparison. let's compare our two plans when it comes to the deficit.
Yeah.
Republicans love to attack me as a big spender, as if that's the reason why inflation's gone.
Drop the XRP lawsuit and write it all off on the ledger.
Under my predecessor, the deficit exploded, rising every single year of the Republicans. Under my plan, we're on track to cut the federal deficit by $1.5 trillion this year.
You could do 1.7 if you just.
$1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest one-year decline in all of history.
Yeah, I'm listening to Biden, dude.
That's in addition.
He's talking to.
Last year, we cut the budget $350 billion. The deficit.
I don't know if you'd hear it.
Not the budget, the deficit, $350 billion. My Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt this quarter, which never happened under my predecessor. Not once. Not once. Because unlike my predecessor, the deficit has gone down both years I've been here. That is not an abstraction.
All right, we're halfway done then, I guess.
It matters. It matters to families. Because reducing the deficit is one of the main ways we can ease inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans have a choice right now between two paths, reflecting two very different sets of values. My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. The other path.
I mean, honestly, bro, I've been like flagging it the entire time because I've just been commenting about it. Like, he's dude, like, it's not working, buddy. What you're doing is not working. It's time to mix it up. And he's getting mad about the corporations and things like taxing corporations. Who do you think hires half the people? And then those people get replaced by AI and machines, and then they don't have a job at all.
Look, I know you gotta be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
He could taste it. And then he talks about gas. Exactly. That is definition. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But he brought up what's it called? He brought up gas, right? And the reason why they're not pumping is because they don't have the like there are spots for them, but they're not getting the permission to do it from the Democrats to actually like start pumping. So it's like, yeah, they could pump, but it would be illegal. Come on, Spy. The one that doesn't include inflation or you.
Let's focus on what matters. This really matters to average Americans. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. If you're going to ask me about what I spoke about, I'll try to.
Why do you believe so many Americans believe that your administration is not doing enough to combat inflation? And do you believe that you and your administration bear some measure of responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing?
First thing, we're in power. That's the first thing. And you're justifiably right. We control all three branches of government. Well, we don't really. We have 50-50 in the Senate.
Which you do.
60 votes to get major things done. I've been pushing the things I've been proposing here, and you've heard me speak to today since I got in office. And I need to get 60 votes to be able to even pass Number one. Number two, I think that, you know,
The vice president splits that.
all they're focused on, understandably, is the problem they're facing. They get a 5.5% raise, an average raise in their salaries, and yet inflation exceeds that. And they look around the world, and they know that a lot of it's extremely complicated.
Because it's called runaway inflation, Joe Biden.
I don't blame them.
Jesus.
I really don't blame them. There's a lot we have to do. And but you know as well, I shouldn't say you. I think what I have to do is explain in simple, straightforward language.
He's still talking. Give me a second.
Like, the reason why 30% of the inflation last year is because automobiles cost more. Why did they cost more? They couldn't get the computer chips to make them. People were making a lot more money. They wanted to buy the automobiles, they couldn't buy them because the costs went up so high because there were so few of them. The same way this year. The same way this year. The reason why prices are up.
Y'all are gonna get a rant when he's done.
Most people, the vast majority of Americans are hoping that their government just takes care of the problem. And they don't have to think about it in detail at the kitchen table or at the dinner table. And that's understandable no matter what their background. But right now, it's confusing. There's a war in Ukraine.
You're confusing, Joe.
Their heads, like, what the heck is Russia doing?
What are you?
We should be helping. I think we should be helping the innocent Ukrainians. But what impact does that have? Do you think the average person, whether they have a PhD or they have any other job, sits and thinks, wow, there's thousands of tons of grain in elevators in Ukraine. They can't get out. Ukraine's one of the biggest producers of corn and wheat. Huh. I wonder whether that's the reason my prices are up.
Do you take any responsibility for your policies?
I think our policies help, not hurt. Think about what they say. The vast majority of the
Well, it's the Keystone Pipeline, Joe.
of the economists think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going?
$1.7 trillion. Last time I checked.
Well, if you ever raised a family like mine, you don't have to tell them. They're doing everything in their power to figure out how not to have to show up at the gas pump. That's why, for example, one of the things that's going to help a lot, but it's going to take time, is our infrastructure bill. The truth is, they don't have that many options in terms of transportation around the country right now. If you live in the Northeast Corridor, you do. If you're driving back and forth between Baltimore, Washington, New York, etc. But you don't have many choices. You don't have a whole lot of choices to deal with other aspects of transportation in terms of local transportation. And so what happens is, and unless they're electric, we find ourselves the cost of flying, buying a ticket on a plane costs more because of gas prices. So this is a process. But it's a process that I've been consistent about, wanting to lower prices and shift to renewable energy so we're not as dependent. I have conversations almost every day. Well, that's an exaggeration. At least twice a week with one of my European counterparts, heads of state, on how can we help them, in fact, wean themselves off of Russian oil.
We need to help ourselves first, bud.
Totally dependent. So we're working like the devil to help them transition, because as long as Russia's able to make money selling oil, they're going to continue to be able to do that.
Let the Ukraine destroy the fucking pipeline that goes through their land.
I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8, 10 hours a day just to put food on the table. And so I think what's happened is we have, in a sense, I never expected. Let me say this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I never expected the ultra MAGA Republicans who seem to control the Republican Party now to have been able to control the Republican Party.
Kind of like the socialists on the left side. Okay.
Mr. President, a year ago, the administration was saying that inflation was transitory. That's obviously not the case now. How long do you think it will be until we see prices coming down?
I'm not going to predict that. It ranges depending on what economists you're talking to by the end of this year, and some say it's going to increase next year, but there's others say by the end of this year you're going to see it come down by the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do to make sure that we can bring it down.
What he just said actually might make the stock market rip. It might make it rip.
Any restrictions on abortion, or what limits do you believe there should be?
Because I want the story to be about inflation.
You called out Rick Scott a little while ago in your remarks. Earlier today, anticipating your remarks, he said, and I'm just quoting here, that the best thing, the most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem.
Resign, that's a good idea.
The senator added later, Joe Biden is unwell, he's unfit for office, he's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. These are his words. Offering you a chance to respond.
I think the man has a problem.
Will you drop former President Trump's China tariffs?
We're discussing that right now. We're looking at what had the most positive impact.
To erase them.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
I'm telling you we're discussing it, and no decision has been made on it.
All right. So he basically said that his policies that are in place are in place focused on working on inflation, but they've created runaway inflation. What runaway inflation is when like the cost of goods and services and things like that like outpace like the current earning rate. So even though the earning rate goes up, the costs of goods of those goods and services that you want go up even further. Okay. He made like a bunch of slurs about Republicans. He talked about the gas pumps. The problem with the gas pumps is that he shut down the Keystone Pipeline. That was like one of the first things he did. Second off, yes, there are leases where people could start pumping gas immediately, but the problem is that they don't get the permission from the Democratic offices. So yeah, they're sitting there on empty land because they don't want to break the law. And here's something else that a lot of people probably don't know. So you guys know how I'm big on XRP, right? So let's say that he were to go ahead and just tell the SEC to drop the XRP case. He could literally write off the entire fucking deficit and put it on the XRP ledger for a fraction of the price. So he just sounds out of his fucking mind. Maybe I guess that'd be the best word. Look at the SPY tanking right now. Oh gosh. That's Bitcoin. Yeah. Crypto's gonna do it. Stop. Oh god. Listening to him talk is just painful. Up. Come on, baby, let's go. 2 indecision. It's like, see the long wicks on, you got a long wick on each side there, wick there. I want to see turnaround here. I don't know if I'm going to get it though. $11.52 on AMC. 91.24 on GME. Inverted hammer-ish. Little bit of indecision at the end. And then a hammer. Okay, there we go. I was about to say that's a sign of a reversal. Oh, let's get a nice push though. Come on. $116.64 on TLT. Qs are under 300. ETH is at 4.4 to the up. Bitcoin's 3% to the up. 1160 on AMC. 1161. 268 on BBIG. Almost $1 even pretty much on MULN. Come on, what do we got? Big green, come on. And then remember, if it finishes green here, that's 3 little soldiers. Hopefully we get some day traders in. $13 seconds on the candle. Come on. Push, 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 push. Alright, so it's 3 little soldiers. Let's see what's the fall out there now. $92.13 on GME. $0.60 on CEI. Holy God. That's getting murked. $11.65 on AMC. 92.06 on GME. 269 on BBIG. We're at 395 right now. 395.85 on SPY. Come on, let's go. We need to swing on that MACD. We need to swing up. 91.51 on GME, 1160 on AMC, 395.97. 395.94 on SPY. Come on. $1 even on MULN. Bitcoin is at 3.5% up, 4.5% up on ETH. That's exactly what he said. That is exactly what he said. And he blamed everything on Putin's war. That was just ugly. It was like, and it just bothers me so much because he could literally just tell the SEC to get bent on the XRP case, and then write off the entire deficit, including all of the vid spending, right onto the ledger. And yeah, it would still exist, but it wouldn't be like it just wouldn't affect the government. It wouldn't affect like what's going on as much. Plus, I'd make a ton of money. And like every other country is already using it, except for us. All right, we got a candle there. Let's see if we could get some follow through. We had 396 and change. Yeah, that's right. He has to specify now. So like I think instead of just calling them Democrats, I'm going to call them like maybe like socialist Democrats. I think that's only fair. Like I've never felt this country so divided than I do right now. Like I'm not like I'll be honest, like I usually like I get along fine with plenty of Democrats, right? But like now it's like you voted for that guy, like you voted for these policies, like what, like, and I have to like question their like moral compass. I'm sorry, it's like please read the laws or like the policies and know know what you're voting for. Oh yeah, how about when he started bragging about lowering the what's it called? How about when he started bragging about lowering the insulin costs? Trump tried to do that. Trump literally tried to do that, and the Democrats shot it down. It's like, wait a minute, so it's okay for you to pass a law? Exactly. So, like, it's okay for you to pass a law and make yourself seem like the good guy, but when he tried to do it, like, you guys didn't want any part of it. Like, that makes complete sense. Complete sense. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna spin right here somewhere. I feel like it's trying to break that downtrend. That 13 is trying to spin up. We're gonna go test the 48. Come on, get to that 48. 1157 on AMC though. 1156. Dollar flat on MULN. 350 on ATER. 270 on BBIG. Getting a little bit of a candle. We're going up to the 48. Candles on the 48. Push, 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 push. Son of a bitch. There we go. Come on. Do I hear 397? Oh, God, that like my head still hurts from like listening to him. And he just like sheds blame onto other people, no matter what. Like, accept some responsibility, pal. Maybe we'll have a little bit, like an ounce of respect for you then. Push, 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 push. 61 on the RSI. Go, you motherfucker. Go. RSI is 58. That's an indecision candle. I know it's red, but I mean, look how big the wicks are on each side. Come on. Push up. We want to get a cross right there. That 13's over the 24. Now we need to cross that 48. And we might catch some momentum. Nope. Nope. Up, you son of a bitch. Up. Is it against... do you guys know if it's against YouTube's policies to curse? Because I always catch myself doing it. But like if it's not against the law, or if it's not against the policy, I'll just like let it like rip. Do either one of you guys know? Because I have no idea. That was like the one perk about Rumble. Push, 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 push. Come on. AMC's at 1167. All right. SPY just did 397.36. Pushing. 397.63, I think we hit. Push, you son of a bitch. Come on. So SPY. We won SPY. 1169 on AMC. 92.97 on GameStop. 271 on BBIG. 101 on MULN. 355 on ATR. 61 cents on CEI. We need to get over that MACD. He just said something in the speech that would have probably hurt Comcast, so I don't understand how they're up. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. I don't know how Twitter's down like to $47 when they have an agreement at $54.20. That's drunk. See, the problem is though, dude, if all right, so the other day, it was like maybe like a week ago, somebody filed like 5 different ways to impeach Biden, actually. So like it is like an ongoing process. Like it's not something that like we're just thinking about. It's something that someone is actually trying to do. But the issue is that after him, then we have Kamala Harris, who might be even worse. And then after her, we would have Nancy Pelosi. So like we're kind of boned either way. I agree. Honestly, the Afghanistan, like the way we left Afghanistan, I think that should have been it right there. I don't know how leaving Afghanistan the way that we did, with all like leaving all that equipment of that taxpayer equipment over there and having American soldiers killed. I don't know how that wasn't enough. I'd be down with that. I mean, I'd be down with that. I absolutely would. And you know what? I wish that people would. You know what? I wish they would vote independent or run independent. Like no joke. And then people would be forced to like know what policies and like what kind of like standings they have on certain on certain stances. Like they would have to know what that candidate like is standing for. Well, if they try to abolish the Second Amendment, I can tell you right now, I will go ahead, and just chill. But I'm pretty certain that a lot of people will not, obey that. Like I'll be a good boy and chill on the sideline there. But I'm pretty sure that if they try to take the Second Amendment away, pretty sure that the MAGA Republicans are going to have an issue with it. Dude, just hit me up. Come hang out. I got a cabin like way out in the middle of nowhere. We got hunting. Go basically like live off the woods. Um, but no, no, I'm in PA. If I was in Washington, dude, there's no way in hell I'd be able to stream. I'd be. Well, actually, that's a lie. I was up at like 4 this morning. But where are you at? Are you sure that's closer? Because I was on the other side of Illinois, isn't it? It's like, isn't it like northwest of Illinois? Dude, type in Pennsylvania and then type in Washington and see what the difference is, because I'm pretty sure that you're much closer to Washington. Because if I were to, so for me to get to Columbus, it takes 7 hours. Just because of where in PA that I am, like it takes me 7 hours to get from like where I live to this concert venue outside Columbus that I go to. So I mean, you're talking about 19 hours. I mean, like it might be. I mean, I don't know. Whoo! Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't realize like Iowa was that far. Do you guys have good hunting out there? You guys have black what are they blacktail like mule deer, right? Out in Iowa, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you guys have whitetail out there? Yeah, that's what we have here. Um, I feel like ours are small though. They're not as small as the ones in the south. The ones in the south are like they're like dogs. Um, I feel like you guys get some bombers out there. Although you guys have like a lot of private ranches, more private ranches and stuff than we do out here. But like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like we don't get as like I don't see as many deer in the woods anymore like I used to. Yeah, dude. Like I've seen some monsters come out of Iowa. Definitely bigger, like on average, I'd like to think, than in Pennsylvania. Well, I mean, yeah, that's mostly everywhere, though. You know what I mean? It's more so like what they're eating and like stuff like that. Like, do you guys have a lot of what's it called? Do you guys have like a lot of like wheat fields and stuff out there? Because like we have some here, but like not to the point where deer would be, smashing them. The spy needs to do something. Sideways. Yeah, go vertical on me, ETH. Go vertical, please. Are they really gonna grind this all the way down through this this channel? Because that's just like boring as shit. Here's a little pop. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? Can we break out of the wedge? Looks like he wants to go up on that MACD. Come on, pop, 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 pop. Push, 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 push. Push. That was a good one. I yelled and it moved. Oh, come on. 397. That's what I'm saying, dude. I feel like it would be like a vortex at that point. Like it would just be, I feel like it would just flow. And they put out that, what's it called? They put out that warning this morning about oil and commodities. I mean, realistically, it could go across the board. I mean, yeah, probably. Dude, if it hits 4, like, where the Q's at? So these would probably easily hit like 303. I feel like people would start like positions would start getting liquidated or something. I don't know. Their margins have to be so tight right now. Go, 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 go. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Because they'll think that it's the bottom, and then they'll want to. Then they'll start to push in. But then those people might get rugged if like the big wigs decide, oh well, hey, that's not the bottom. So like, I would just be careful on how I play it if it were to happen like that. Mm-hmm. It'd be FOMO mania, dude. 93 on GME, 1163 on AMC. MULN is under $1 right now. I'm half tempted to sell like a BlackRock and just dump it into MULN right now at this price. But BlackRock's just so cheap right now that I don't think I could justify that and call myself responsible. I mean, go to message me and tell me how many you have, because I don't want to like ask over. Like, I don't want to ask over YouTube, because that's just like. But message me how many you have, because if you have a certain amount, then there's one way that you could do things. And it could be like a residual income for you almost. Spy. Go ahead. 398. Do I hear 398? Yeah, I'm gonna message you real quick. Oh, okay. So if you get to that point, then you could technically sell calls, and then you just have to be very careful that you don't screw that up if it gammas. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Come on, baby. Pop. Pop. Coming up on that 200. What are we going to do? No, dude, I hear it. You gotta do what you gotta do. I feel you. I freaking hope so, dude. If it busts through with momentum, now we are at a 65 on the RSI. Remember that. But if it busts through with momentum and we take the pivot and the VWAP, some crazy stuff could happen. But we might have to defy the RSI at that point. 1178 on AMC, 93.95 on GME. Still under $1 on MULN. 64 on the RSI. What are we doing? What are we doing? Almost 6% on ETH, 4.2 on Bitcoin. Coming up on the 200 on SPY. If we could spin back up. Let's see. We are over the MACD. EMAs are getting in line. Come on, baby. All right, 63 on the RSI. Giving ourselves a little bit more breathing room. I just don't know if we're going to be able to pause in the middle here and be able to chill. I think we might have to take it all in one rip, which would be a big move. I mean, that's a $3 move. Going for it. Let's see. Do I hear 398? 398. Ah, son of a bitch. Son of a 93.96 on GME, 11.75 on AMC. $31,350 on Bitcoin. 23.62 on ETH. Tesla's up now, was down earlier. Apple's up 1.2%. Netflix is up 1.4%. Facebook's up 0.5%. BlackRock's pretty much flat. Blackstone's up 0.9%. I don't know how momentous is down, but they are. They're down almost 4%. Arrival's up almost 5%, 4.5%. Backed Holdings is down 7%. Go figure. I don't know how that's happening, but let's see. Support out to 24. No dice. No dice. Parabolic SAR sell signal. I don't think it's going to do it, though. I think that this RSI just had to cool off. $93.34 on GameStop, $11.71 on AMC, $2.71 on BBIG, just under $1 on MULN, 61 cents on CEI. I mean, there's like a double bottom right there, but other than that, there's like, I'm trying to like relate it to any other draw, like any other kind of like pattern. I can't really find much. I mean, that's already there though. Alright, 397. What are we gonna do here? Looks like it wants to curl though. Come on, baby, let's go. I don't know how ESSC is down. Oh, sorry. I don't know how ESSC is down with the amount of short interest on the float and the low amount of shares, but it's down. Both the shares and the warrants. Yeah, MULN's getting like annihilated. That's why I was saying like I was like thinking about selling a BlackRock or like a Tesla and like throwing it right on MULN right now. Just for how cheap it is. But I feel like that'd be irresponsible. I feel like I've sold enough stuff to put on the MULN at this point. Like CEI, 61 cents. That's crazy. So I don't play calls like that. I play calls like, wait, hold on one second. We're breaking out. Hold on. I'll show you how I would normally play a call. As soon as we see what happens here. $397.5. Get up there, you son of a bitch. Go ahead. Yeah, but so most of that though you're paying for time. Let me show you what I mean. Here, wait. Like if I was buying an option, I'd be buying like these ones. See how much gamma you're applying? And it's 9% off. And you're that close to well, actually no, that's too close to the money. I'd probably go to that one. Give you like a little bit of room, or I mean, you could go with those ones and then you just roll up and roll up. But like, I would even consider going for like these ones. Like look at the amount of open interest. That would be 1 million shares, 1.5, 1.4. Like those like 1.4 million shares, 1.5 million shares, 1 million shares. Like that'd be a lot that they'd have to start hedging for. So like I wouldn't want to pay for the time. I'd want to pay for max exposure. But I'm just. Some may say I'm over aggressive sometimes. It is what it is. Sometimes sometimes I catch myself being over aggressive. By the way, I don't even know if I have any of those calls. Just saying. I do have this week 2 calls, and then I have next week I have 150s. So just full disclaimer. But I've had those calls, I believe. I think I had them since like last week or maybe I don't know when. I just don't want to like lead somebody into something and then like be like, oh wait, I have different calls. Well, I don't want to lead anybody into anything. I want everybody to make their own decisions. But like I don't want to like give an example and then have like a completely different call. Wow. This is having such a hard time breaking out right now. ETH is that's a gap up. Hold on a second. We just gapped up right onto the 48. I wouldn't be surprised if it came down and slapped that, and then we went back up. Come on, baby, let's go. All right, we finally filled that gap. Now we can move up. 93.18 on GameStop, 11.59 on AMC, 272 on BBIG, 97 cents on MULN, 98 cents on MULN, 358 on ATER, 61 cents on CEI, 31.2 on Bitcoin, and about 2,350 on ETH. Push, come on. Perfect chance, though. Perfect chance to go ahead. Look where it is on the MACD. RSI is 51. Now, I don't think we can make it all the way up to the pivot, but I think we can break the 200 with the right push. Come on. What's the levels for MULN? I got you, dog. So, first of all, MULN's like, in my opinion, MULN is way down. So, underneath this, I thought would be an extremely good buying zone. This was my major supply zone, like from here to here. And then this was my minor supply zone. Above this line, 140, is where I thought that MULN gets dangerous because of the 150 options. But it's literally trading like all the way the hell down here. And I'm half tempted to like do something irresponsible and sell out like a blue chip, just average lower. I don't know though. Maybe if I hit on one of these calls, like if I hit on one of these SPY calls, like I probably will. So I guess the levels that I had marked up were pretty much under 128. I personally think it's a good buy. Not financial advice, but like I thought it'd be a really good buy. Major supply though I had listed at pretty much like 136. Minor supply and where it would start to get dangerous would be like around the 140 level. Now if I go down, this is where it gets really sketchy, is at 77 cents. If it hits 77 cents, I don't know where the hell it'll go. If it hits 77 cents, I will sell like 3 BlackRock and dump it into it. I mean, I have a lot more than that into it right now, but if it dumped to that level, I'd probably sell like, I don't know, maybe like either like 2 BlackRock or like 1 Tesla or something and throw it in there. So far, I've already sold a Nvidia, I've already sold a Microsoft, and I've already sold what the hell? I sold a Blackstone. I sold there's another high-end, what the hell was it? I sold Square Contract. I sold a Facebook, and I don't know what else I just sold. But I sold some good companies to throw into it. I mean, that's everyone has to have their own like their own trading plan though. You know what I mean? Like I've done my DD and I'm convinced on like what I believe I could get out of it. Because I believe that even if they, now this is my belief, this is not, obviously, like I said, I'm not a financial advisor, but in my personal opinion, if they go ahead and say that they didn't even produce vehicles, say that they just worked on the batteries, right? And then they license the battery technology out to other companies, okay? They could be worth more than what they're like, what they're at right now. I mean, at like $1.20, I believe their market cap was like 513 million or something, and that's with 2 facilities. I mean, that's just my personal belief. I mean, I don't know. And also, I mean, like they're in the United States, so that like they're not going to face as many, like they're doing their own R&D in house. They're not going to face as many supply constraints. And then as a hedge, I'm I'm using this, or I'm I'm in this SPAC play as a hedge for MULN. And the reason why is I'll show you right here. And then look at this. Look how many shares there are in the free float. Like there's under 250,000 shares in the free float of ESSC. So I have I think I have 100 straight shares, and then I have 1,000 warrants, I think. Because the warrants are only like 30 cents. So it's only like, are they 30 cents? They're 26. So it's like 200 and some dollars. It's like $264 for, like 1,000 warrants. And then for straight stock, it's like 1,000. It'd be like 1,068. So that's how I'm playing it. And with the company that they're here, I'll show you too. The company that they're bringing up is pretty badass, in my personal opinion. Completely driverless. So I'm playing that as like my EV, how would I say? I guess my EV hedge. Other people are playing like CENN as their EV hedge. I also really like EVgo, like EVGO. If you were looking for like a charging company, I'd look into them. Not financial advice. I mean, I'm just giving you companies that like to research. But I mean, like EVgo also has really good short squeeze numbers. I believe that their short interest on their float was like 27% or something like that, 28%. And they have partnerships with like some heavy hitters, including Tesla and MULN actually. All right, what are we gonna do here? It's like barely over the MACD. We need a push. RSI is at 65 though. Now I've seen AMC ignore the RSI before. Can we do that again? $94.42 on GME, 48, 53, 1182 on AMC. We got 31.5 on Bitcoin. $94.42 on GME. Come on, push. RSI is a 65 though. 94.40 on GME, 1183 on AMC. BBIG is at 275. MULN's at 97 cents only. ATR is at 361, so that's gaining a little bit of ground. CEI is still at 61 cents. SPY's at 399 almost. 1185 on AMC. What are we doing here? Going towards the 200. I like it. 71 on the RSI. Don't be surprised to see this cool off. 399 on SPY. I gotta go over to SPY real quick, guys. Hold on a second. Uh, 70 on the RSI on SPY. Through the 200 though. Let's see. Push, 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 push. Go, you motherfucker. Come on. Coming up on the VWAP and the pivot point. RSI is really hot though. It's at 71. 399.37 on SPY. 399.40. Get through there. Come on, get through that pivot. Come on, push, 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 push. I guess I have to try it on a new candle. That's gonna have to cool down for a second. 1191 on AMC. Right below the 200 as well. 73 on the RSI. It doesn't really care though. 95 on GME as well. Turn up Tuesday. Let's go, guys. Come on. $77 on the RSI. It doesn't really care though. It's still climbing. So that's why I have calls as well for. I have calls for after the dividend date. So the dividend's in June. I have calls for like July. Just because like I know I'm gonna eat theta on the way there. Like don't get it twisted. Like I know. But it's less for me to have to worry about. And then I'll just like let my shares chill. Like I'll let shares chill, and then I'll just have a call out. Now I do have a call for this week. I will say that I do have a $100 call, a $100 strike for this week, but I have the I have what's called. I got ones for after the dividend date. That way I don't have to stress as much. AMC through the 200. 1205 on AMC. Come on, let's go. 50 cents down from the red green move. $3 down on GME. $12.06. Come on, baby. Push, 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 push. $12.07. 280 on BBIG. 1209 on AMC. Almost 96 on GME. Bitcoin's at Bitcoin's at 31,750 almost. Potentially. But you know what? I've also been playing against the grain though, and I've been killing it. Like right now, yesterday, because of how bad of a day it was, I like whenever you have a really, really, really bad Monday, statistically speaking, the following day is usually pretty good. Right? They usually call it turnaround Tuesday. I call it turn up Tuesday. I have calls on the TQQ. I have puts on the UVXY, and I have SPY calls. Will they remain? I don't know. Like if we end up having like a killer afternoon, I might take them all off, and then I might put throw some like lottos out there on both sides. If I get lucky, I get lucky. I haven't really determined how I'm going to play that just yet. But I don't think that the CPI number is going to be good. Oh, let me rephrase this. I don't think that it matters what the CPI number is going to be. I just think it's going to be bad regardless. Unless it's like a shockingly like bizarre number that nobody expects. And then things might be different. But what bothers me the most is that they could literally just drop the SEC lawsuit against XRP and then put the entire deficit onto the onto the ledger and call it a day, and all this nonsense would be over with, and we'd be fighting inflation with a deflationary currency, so kind of offset. But instead, they want to drag out the lawsuit. That's an inverted hammer followed by what appears to be a hammer. Indecision, wicks on both sides. If this ends up going green, that's a sign. That is a sign of a reversal. If it ends up going green. Might be a reversal. I mean, it's a little bit off, but usually I like to see like it come all the way down with no extra wick on the end. So then you're saying that you think banks will go up, right? Yeah. Well, here, wait, I'll tell you what they're predicting. Now, CPI, they're predicting 1.2. Yeah, they're predicting 1.2. Wait, what was it? Wait, no, forecast. They're predicting 0.2%. And then core CPI, they're predicting 0.4. I think inflation's a lot higher than what they're reporting, as does Elon Musk. So I mean, like, I'm not like a visionary saying that. I think a lot of people are expecting it to be a crazy high number, like way off from what is predicted, or from like what's out there. Guys, we have an 86 RSI right now on AMC, just saying. But I think that like it would have to be like a crazy number to like kind of like blow someone away. And I think that they're already pricing that stuff in. That could have been like yesterday's bloodbath. Now, do I think that we see a little bit more blood if it's worse than like what like people are even imagining? Yeah, probably. I don't think that tomorrow will be fun. unless you're. I might buy like a lotto, like or like some like lotto like SQQQ calls, or so like a lotto spy play or something. Maybe I'll buy maybe I'll buy them for both sides. I'll do like a straddle, but like with like a really like long middle there, and then I'll only hit if it's like really extreme. But if it's like an inside day, then like I would just lose it all. I might play it like that. AMC is above the 200. 13's above the 200. We're at 1212. It is 1:44 in the afternoon, so we still have plenty of time, guys. Plenty of time. GME is at 97.28. BBIG is going green. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's going vertical. Good thing I bought more today. Woo! She's in the danger zone too. Over that red line, I consider the danger zone. Come on, baby. Do I have any calls that I should be selling? No, I don't think I'm going to sell those. Come on. Our size is 72. MACD doesn't really look like it wants to twist down just yet, though. 97.27 on GME. We are green on BBIG. By a penny. It's alright though. Better than nothing. Half penny. 1206 on AMC, 97.18 on GME, 101 on MULN. Not too much volume over here to compete with, so we should be able to push through this. SPY's at 401.75. Come on, turn around. 1212 on AMC, 97.62 on GME. SPY is at 402 and ripping, it looks like. 31,750-ish on Bitcoin. 2,400 on ETH. I'm going to click off on SPY and it'll take a minute or two. You were right about the 402 calls. I still won with a 405. And then I have some like lotto calls, like straight like lotto calls. But they expire tomorrow, so like I might just like I don't know. They were cheap. I think I spent like $4 on them. Well, just thinking because like the last couple of days, like when it would come down, like we'd lose like $14 in a day or $13 in a day. I think it was actually like $11 in a day and then $12 in a day, or like maybe it was like $12 in a day and $13 in a day. So I was just like, maybe I'll do like a 420 call at $4 a piece. So I bought a handful of them. But those aren't like real like that's not how I play options. I just with how things have been going lately, I figured like things are moving with velocity. But I did go with those 405. Well, I did go with one 405. 1221 on AMC, 97.57 on GME, 3 cents down on BBIG now. MULN's at $1.02 now. So it just went up like what, like 5 cents? I gotta click on SPY real quick. 81 on the RSI. My God. Look at that ripping. 4. All right, so we have a gold cross as well. Not quite a gold cross yet on the 5-minute. How about on the 3? On the 3-minute, we have the 13 going over the 200 right now. This might just be a straight up ripping, guys. That's a little bit of an indecision right there. Oh wait, I'm on the 3-minute. I forgot. If this trades sideways instead of down to cool off that RSI, and then we rip, like we could really do some damage. But if we come back down, it'll definitely hurt our chances a little bit. Yeah, dude. I got a GameStop 100 call at $89, I think. My AMC's, I think, I'm not too far off where I bought them, but I bought 14s. And then, I mean, dude, like when something gets like so oversold, it just like I feel obligated. I feel like it's like my duty. You know, like I don't know. It probably sounds really, really dumb, but like these like that it got into the 80s. I felt like Even on like even if it had like a dead cat bounce, not saying that it is a dead cat, but even if it had like a dead cat bounce, I feel like I could still make money on it, especially for how much it was. It was dirt cheap because it got annihilated all day previous. SPY going. Let's see. Can we pass this junk? 402.66 is where that top is, I think. Oh, the intraday high is 40. Oh no, 406.08. Shit. All right, let's see. That MACD is gonna curl up though, and that RSI's cooled off. Bitcoin is at 31.6. ETH is at 2,400. Come on, SPY. What do you? Something spooked it right there. $72 on the RSI. Remember, ATR was 20% down on the day, so I know it's still down, but it's down 10% less. So it did have some kind of movement. All right, three little soldiers. I just want the UVXY to just keep sinking. Like sink, 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 sink. The Qs to keep ripping along with the SPY. That'd be beautiful. I'll probably have the most amount of calls on AMC though. In all reality, that. Yeah, I probably have the most amount of calls on AMC. I might have more positions on MULN though. I don't know because MULN is just so cheap. For 2.5. 402.5. All right, we hit 402.5. All right, let's take that 402.66 out. Come on. All right, 402.77. 78. All right, what are we dealing with over here? Not too much volume. Maybe a little bit of volume. Yeah, we gotta watch that. We gotta respect this line right here that's already on. It might take a minute to get over that. BBIG just went red. 97.17 on GME, 12.19 on AMC. $31.6 on Bitcoin, 2,400 on ETH. RSI is cooling off right here. I think we're gonna go for a push. Come on. See, trading sideways is fine. It just, we don't really want to sink it. BBIG is greened again. 12.18 on AMC, 97.17 on GME. It's only 2 o'clock, guys. We have plenty of time. Plenty of time for some stuff to go down. And by down, I mean like up, but like for things to happen, I should have said. 97.33, 97.30 on GME, 12.20 on AMC. We got 402.89 on SPY, 402.92. Come on, push, 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 push. Almost 403, come on. 402.97, 402.98, 403, okay. 403 and change. All right, now start delta hedging, come on. $74 on the RSI. 403.16. Seven and a half up on ETH, 5.3 up on Bitcoin. TQQ is up 7.5 or 7.3. AMC is at 12.23. GME is at 97.79. Come on. No, 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 no. Sucked up. Get sucked up. See, we're cool going sideways. We just don't want to go down. That MACD does have to twist, though. For sure. We just don't want to go down to do it. We want to go sideways, at least. RSI is at a 62 now. 12.13, 12.12 on AMC, 12.11, 12.10, 97.06 on GME. Push, baby, push. 402.72. Come on. 402.85. Do it, baby. Do it. RSI is at a 67 change. All right. Just took that. Come on, keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. The MACD's gotta keep, it's gotta twist up. The RSI is already hot though. I'm gonna have to ignore the RSI in order to twist that MACD. Yeah, no. And it's done a decent amount of volume right there too. Might have to cool off here for a minute or two. There's plenty of demand though. And I'm happy about that. Plenty of demand. State Department's holding a briefing.
That is going to be the transition away from fossil fuels towards renewables, towards green technology. That will help with that. But part of that too will be finding longer-term sustainable ways to ensure that our partners, especially those partners on the front lines who have found themselves over the course of years or even decades reliant on Russian energy flows, to see to it that they have other options to fulfill their energy needs. So that's something we're working on, including in the context of the US-EU Energy Task Force that President Biden established with his European counterpart a number of weeks ago.
I don't like this for the SPY. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Yeah, but it could hurt the SPY.
Aware of that resolution, aware of Congress's interest in this matter, and of course Congress's broader interest in our approach to Russia and Ukraine. What I can say is that the state sponsor of terrorism statute is a statute, not to be too subtle about it, and that means that it is something, the criteria by which states are designated or not, those are not up to us, those are up to Congress. What is up to us is to take a close look at the law, to take a close look at the facts, that is to say what Russia is doing, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in countries around the world, to determine whether that fact pattern fits the criteria that is laid out in the statute. So that's something that we're
Netflix up 5% on us.
with this authority, but with every authority.
Apple is up 2.75.
Is that we are going to pull every appropriate level
Probably.
To apply pressure on the Russian Federation until and unless its brutal invasion of Ukraine, its brutal aggression against Ukraine,
Sounds like it.
comes to a halt. And the fact is that together with dozens of countries across 4 continents, we have applied our own sanctions. We've used international authorities as well to not only apply sanctions, but also export controls. And so the practical effect is that much of what various authorities call for have already been put in place, given what we've already done vis-a-vis our own authorities and what other countries have done in terms of their authorities. But we'll continue.
Come on, run it.
Russia's actions in Ukraine merit and qualify for additional authorities. If we feel those authorities are appropriate, we won't hesitate to apply them. Does that just mean that at this stage it doesn't qualify?
See, I feel like the Republicans are trying to like make it go higher, and the Dems are trying to make it go lower. I don't know why, but I feel like there's some like politics going on here.
terms of the two cases that we're looking at right now, the IRGC and Russia, that in fact most, if not all, of what could be done if these designations were kept or added
Come on.
would be exactly the same as what you, this administration, and previous administrations have already been doing.
Well, I think your point is well taken, that there are various authorities we can use when it comes to the IRGC. To take that one example, it is an entity that is among the most heavily sanctioned entities on the face of the planet. In addition to the FTO, there are a number of other authorities that are used to constrain and constrict its activities and those of its leadership and its proxies as well. I used this data point the other day. But of the 107 sanctions the Biden administration has imposed on Iran, 86 of those, some 3/4, have been applied against the IRGC or its proxies. So the fact is that we do have a number of tools, but whether it's the SST, whether it's the FTO designation, both of these things are defined by statute.
Understood, but I mean, isn't the administration a little bit frustrated that making political points out of both of these things?
Matt, we're cognizant of the time we live in.
And
we're closely examining the facts and the law with all of these things. That applies equally to the state sponsor of terrorism designation as it does to the FTO.
Yes, he called him a terrorist designation. Yes. That.
I don't know what the critics, what they expect. What I do know is that we are going to follow the law. We're going to do what's in our national security interest when it comes to every authority under the sun, and whether the target of those authorities is Iran, Russia, any other state actor or non-state actor. But since you have raised Congress, I will walk through this open door and point out the fact that our assistance to Ukraine has been, just as we promised, massive. We have provided $4.5 billion worth of security assistance.
We could have used that.
Ukraine since the start of this administration, some $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the invasion began. These are supplies, weapons, that precisely what Ukraine needs to defend itself. We started doing this well in advance of the Russian invasion. We started doing it last summer. We did it again in December in advance of the invasion.
Shut down Nord Stream 2, asshole.
During the course of this invasion. We are now at our 9th presidential drawdown. The fact, however, is that right now our coffers in terms of drawdown funding.
It goes right through the Ukraine. Yes, it's underwater. I get it, but like, it's your land. Hit it with a missile.
Left, and we will exhaust those funds within the next week. And so Secretary Blinken, together with
Well, if you hit it with a missile, it might blow up. That might not be good, but you get what I'm saying.
We need your help. We need Congress's help to see to it that the strategy that President Biden pledged before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the strategy we have pursued in the midst of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
They might have infrastructure there that they might not want to blow up. I'm sure that there's other ways that they could dismantle it without blowing something up. But either way.
Well as the message they would send in terms of bipartisan support, in terms of the executive branch, the Hill, Americans of all stripes, for the people of Ukraine who are waging this fight to preserve their freedom, to preserve their democracy, and to preserve their country. This additional assistance we've requested, the brunt of our supplemental emergency request was in fact for security assistance, precisely what our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves. That includes artillery, armored vehicles, advanced air defense systems, all for Ukraine. This funding will also
How about a pair of bolt cutters?
security realm. It will help Ukraine keep schools open.
Give them a pair of bolt cutters and let them go solve the gas problem.
It will help our Ukrainian partners and also our NATO allies do precisely what we feel it is imperative that they be positioned to do at this moment. Azir.
I don't remember asking about the assistance.
Before you arrived, and I will point out that you arrived late for the cameras. I said there would be no topper, so I wanted to make up for that. Yes, Azira.
Yeah, Mr. Price, first of all, thank you very much for yesterday's your answer. Afghan women, they were so happy.
40244.
Option, United States will bring to Taliban if they didn't fix themselves about the women's job. This is regular job that every Afghan do it. We don't have any problem. But like that, it's
Yes, sir.
unacceptable for Afghan women. And also Afghan people ask
Parabolic SAR underneath it now too. We need to clear this 40325 though.
during this 20 years.
Thank you. So let me start by following up on the conversation we had yesterday about some of the very disturbing, very concerning edicts we've heard from the Taliban. Of course, what we've heard in recent days regarding the requirement for women's attire, what we've heard about the restrictions on girls attending secondary schools, and other steps. All of these have been deeply concerning. And it's not only concerning to us, in some ways much more importantly, it is much more important that it is deeply concerning to Afghans across their country, across Afghanistan. They have voiced their opposition to this edict that proposes severe limitations on half of Afghanistan's population, and that effectively limits and constricts the ability of half of Afghanistan's population to participate fully in Afghan society. So combined with the continuing ban on girls'
Well, at least now you're learning.
Restrictions on freedom of movement.
My SPY call right now, if I were to cash out, is 36%, and I have 4 or 5, 31% right now.
Developments with our partners around the world, the legitimacy and support the Taliban seeks from the international community. They know that it depends on their conduct, including and centrally their protection on the rights of women and girls. These are commitments that the Taliban
Nope. Turn up.
that they have made publicly to their own people, and these are the commitments on which we are going to base and we are going to judge any future relationship that we will have with the Taliban. And we know that other countries feel similarly. Other countries with whom we've worked closely on Afghanistan since August of last year and well before August of last year.
Stop it.
Feel similarly. In the interim, we've paused nearly all senior level engagement with the Taliban in response to the Taliban's decision.
That's a trap.
In March,
That looks like a trap to me.
Secondary education. We do remain concerned about these other restrictions that we talked about. We believe, first and foremost, that the Taliban should respond to the Afghan people whose rights the Taliban have pledged, once again, publicly to respect.
It's a Taliban. They're terrorists. Jesus Christ.
Tom West, our special representative for Afghanistan, Rina Amiri, our special representative for women and girls, Ian McCrary, our representative who is now based in Doha, have heard that message from Afghan interlocutors in recent days. Our Afghan partners tell us that they have seen a disturbing pattern of restrictions on their rights that doesn't reflect the cultural diversity or their hopes for Afghanistan's future. It also doesn't reflect what they heard, what the world heard from the Taliban.
Who cares what you heard from them? They're terrorists.
Of the Taliban from the 1990s. We remain, as I said before, in close communication with our allies and partners regarding our shared concern with what we've seen. And again, the Taliban's responsiveness to the demands of the Afghan people and to the expectations of the international community will define not only our relationship with the Taliban, but the world's relationship with the Taliban. We know that we cannot have a normal relationship with the Taliban until they respect fully the rights of all of the people of Afghanistan. Yes.
Hold on. So what are you going to do? We asked my question. What are you going to do? I don't understand. I mean, I saw that some people wrote,
I like this guy.
it says it's going to take measures if the Taliban doesn't reverse these decisions. But what measures have you taken, or are you going to take? And you haven't taken any, even though they've done these offensive things that you say, going back more than a month now. So what exactly are you going to do, and why should anyone believe you when you say we're going to punish the Taliban, or we're going to take steps to make our disapproval clear?
First, Matt, we have led the world, as you know, in providing humanitarian relief and humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. So I think our credibility when it comes to the concern of the humanitarian concerns of the Afghan people, I think we have established our leadership on that.
Did the United States lead the world in withdrawing from Afghanistan and allowing the Taliban to take control again?
Matt,
Yes, right? I mean, you can't deny that, can you?
I would absolutely reject the premise of the question that the United States allowed the Taliban to
What?
capital. And Matt, we can relitigate questions that have been litigated for the past 20 years about an investment that we have made in a country, including with treasure and more importantly bloodshed on the part of this country, and the assessment of this president that the presence of some 2,500 troops who would once again be involved in a civil war, who would be targeted, who would have a target on their back, not only by the Taliban, but also by elements like ISIS-K, a 2,500 strong contingent that would not, in the end, would have been able to prevent the Taliban or any larger force from coming to power. So you can argue with the decision that the president made to withdraw militarily from Afghanistan. We are confident in that decision. We know what's in our national interest. We also know what we can accomplish without having a contingent of military deployment on foreign soil. And that's what we're trying to do with our humanitarian assistance. The humanitarian assistance that we have provided to the people of Afghanistan since August of last year has led the world, just as our provision of humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan prior to August of last year has led the world.
Has also said that human rights is its number one of its top priorities in terms of foreign policy.
Central to our foreign policy.
Exactly. Doesn't seem to be so central here.
It is central. It is.
And then,
but you seem to be accusing us of what the Taliban is doing to the people of Afghanistan.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm asking you what you're doing to.
And I am telling you, we are
doing this to show your displeasure, other than coming out with, saying, writing a nasty letter.
I can assure you, we are doing more than saying it. We are.
Like what?
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about reopening the embassy in Kyiv. Is there any discussion about sending people back to Kabul?
I am not aware of any discussion right now about reopening the embassy in Kabul.
Is it your belief, though, that Kabul is a war zone in the same way that Kyiv?
There are a couple elements we look at. Safety and security is always at the top of that list.
We
also look at the propriety of what is appropriate in terms of diplomatic representation, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's.
Are you saying that one of the things you are doing to show your displeasure with the Taliban is not reopening?
What I'm saying is that we are not in a position to reopen the embassy. There are a number of factors that go into that. Safety and security is, of course, one. But also, we take a look at the propriety of diplomatic representation around the world. Our point is that we will judge the Taliban and any future relationship we might one day have with the Taliban based on their conduct, based on their willingness to live up to the public commitments they've made to the world. First and foremost is human rights, protecting the rights of the Afghan people, including its women, its girls, its minorities, living up to its counterterrorism commitments, living up to the fact that no entity should be holding an American hostage. We've discussed, of course, the case of Mark Frericks. We'll continue to work to secure his freedom There are a number of elements that go into any relationship we might one day have with the Taliban, but I can assure you that human rights is central to that list. Yes.
Can we move to U.S. ASEAN Special Summit?
Sure.
Yeah. So, how on U.S. ASEAN Special Summit, especially on Myanmar or Burma, how does the United States plan to work with ASEAN to hold the military junta further accountable for the coup and the violence afterwards?
Well, we support ASEAN's decision to invite non-political representatives from Burma to high-level ASEAN events, absent progress on because the regime has demonstrably failed to make progress on ASEAN's 5-point consensus, and it continues to escalate its violence, its repression against the people of Burma. We continue to support, in the meantime, ASEAN's efforts to press the regime to urgently and to fully implement the 5-point consensus, and including an immediate and meaningful visit by the ASEAN Special Envoy and facilitation of his engagement with all stakeholders, including representatives of the pro-democracy movements. Our partnership with ASEAN is central to...
I can't even listen to that guy anymore, dude. He's just making up excuses. And he's not even giving out answers. Like, the guy asked him point blank, like, what are they doing to stop, what are they doing to, like, I guess, halt ISIS? Or to, like hold the Taliban back from doing something? And he was just like, I can assure you we are doing this. It's like, yeah, I don't really trust that. I don't know. Dude just seemed kind of douchey. All right, give me a rip. Right here. Give me a rip. Give me a double bottom rip. Oh my fucking gosh. Come on. Come on. 6.6 on ETH. The upside. Just under 5% to the upside on Bitcoin. We're trying to hold on to the 400 level right here. Very, very critical level. We're coming down towards like the VWAP and the 200, which I'm not really a fan of. Look at. We're gonna get some strength. 41 on the RSI there. We might slip. I'm not exactly sure. It looks oversold though on crypto, and the SPY itself looks oversold. SPY is 34 on the RSI, and cryptos were like at 40. So they were to the selly side. I think they spin up. Yep. It's 230, by the way. So we do know that milestone times sometimes have big price moves. I say that every single day on stream. Because like these hedge funds, they talk. They do things that we're not allowed to do. Like they coordinate and they like they like I don't even know. They just they flagrantly break the law with no repercussions. So like at 2:30, we might see something like crazy happen. Sometimes it's like 5 minutes before, sometimes it's 5 minutes after. But like all of a sudden it'll just be like bang, 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 and you'll see like a huge price move. I mean, it could be a crypto, it could be an equity, but like yesterday it was like right after hours closed. Like I got like 4 updates on my phone about cryptocurrency. Like within 33 minutes, this crypto moved X amount percent. It was like, huh, that's weird. All at once. And within 33 minutes. Also, I do want to point out, in case you guys aren't aware of it, SafeMoon got listed on, was it Mandala or Mandala? Whatever, however. Mandala, I believe it's pronounced, which is like one of like the largest exchanges in the world. And I believe that they work with Binance. They're either a subsidiary or they work with them very closely. And the tokenomics for SafeMoon were developed by Binance, which leads me to believe that Binance wouldn't have developed it if they weren't going to, at some point, use it. All right, come on. Let's get some follow through here. Follow through. Come on. All right, so again, not financial advice whatsoever, but that would be a technical buy-in indicator, actually. Three little soldiers. Mm. Come on, up. We have 5% bet. We're fighting for 5% on Bitcoin. We have 6.5 on ETH. VIX is at a 32.87. It's been in the 32s pretty much all day. $11.92 on AMC, 94.68 on GME. Come on, up, you silly son of a gun. Rip. Rip. We did go below the MACD, so I would like to twist up. Come on. Give me a candle up. Give me a candle up. It's getting pushed so hard to try to go down. 92 million in volume on SPY. Uh, 6.68 up on ETH, 5% on Bitcoin. Up, 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 up. That's an indecision right there. Go ahead, pop it, pop it. Parabolic SAR underneath. $11.90 on AMC, 94.74 on GME, 281 on BBIG, 98 cents on MULN, 63 cents on CEI. Up, you son of a gun. There you go. Go ahead. Up. Push, 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 push. All right, we're coming back down to the 48, getting some support off the 48, hopefully, and then we're gonna run. Let's go. RSI is a 50 or 49. Here it is. Come on, big push. I seriously sound like a midwife, like yelling at this thing to push. Bitcoin's up 5.2. ETH is up 6.6. VIX is down to 32.75. AMC's at 1188. SPY 401.15 a hit. What are we doing, SPY? Come on. It's like coming back to the trend line. I see that's happens sometimes where it comes back to the trend line, gets support, and then goes. But like, I'd prefer that it didn't, just because of how close to 200 in the VWAP are. Go ahead. Full send. Just enter 401. AMC's at 1187, 1188, 94.77 on GME, 278 on BBIG, 97 cents on MULN, 356 on ATER. Sorry about the dogs, guys. Come on, let's go. 94.80 on GME, 11.85 on AMC. $45 on the RSI. Slightly above 400. Not where I want it to be. It's at 11.89 on AMC, 94.83 on GME, 276 on BIG. MULN is 97.96. ATR is 355. And we're about to get Sally, I think. Yeah. Up, baby, up. Up, 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 up. Let me see that strength. 11.93 on AMC. 94.87 on GME. 276 on BIG. I want to see that SPY pop, though. It's really not that far from doing, like, a nice EMA crossover of all of them. I mean, it's, like, within, what, $2? One nice candle could do it. Here we go. Let's go. Our size is 43. Push, 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 push. Come on. 401. We're above the 48. Come on. Hold it. Hold it. Push, 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 push. Push, baby. Push, 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 push. Go ahead. Come on. All right. New candle. Keep going. Keep the momentum. Let's go. Okay. Parabolic SAR switch. 401.80 something. Let's see. Push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. Come on. 1201 on AMC. 95.38 on GME. Push, push, push. 401.87. 401.90. Come on. Come on, give me. Yep, hit 402 again, and then give me some suction. I want that like gamma reaction. I want to start delta hedging immediately. No, come on. Yes, 402. Give me 402 back, and then put down some volume. Volume, 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 volume. Come on. Higher. Alright, so this high is 403.25. Push, baby, push. Come on. Push, you son of a bitch. Come on. Push it. Test spin on the MACD. Maybe not. We do it right here. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 1205 on AMC, 9518 on GME, 277 on BBIG, 98 on MULN, 358 on ATER. Uh, 7% up on ETH. What's going on here? We're gonna trap? Yeah, we're gonna. I think it looks like a trap to me. It's so crazy how you could just look at oh wait, that might be a double top. Most of the time, you just look at a Bitcoin or an ETH chart and find out if you're about to get trapped on a like on the SPY. That one was kind of hard to tell though. Come on, give me a Chrono candle. 1201 on AMC. I just want to look at the chart quick. Ooh, okay, that might move. That could definitely move in a hurry, actually. Look at this real quick. The GME chart isn't as pretty. Kind of the same. It's relatively the same. It's just less volume, so it just doesn't look as clean. Come on, push, 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 push. I want to get cheaper presents. I'm gonna buy a put for tomorrow. I can't buy one. The fuck? Why isn't it? Why isn't it? Buy put. That's screwed up. Okay, whatever. I don't know what the hell's happening there. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Let's go. Spy rip. I know what I'll do. No wonder it logged me out. Son of a bitch. SQQ's MIT. 55s. Push. Fuck. Alright, that was just not meant to be, I guess. Spy, son of a gun. What's UVXY go? What is that at? I already have puts on it right now. Take my fucking order. Ah, got it. Okay. Run, spy, run. $94.53 on GME, $12.01 on AMC, 97 cents on MULN, $2.79 on BBIG, $3.58 on ATR, 63 cents on CEI, 401.30 on SPY, 31.6 on Bitcoin, 23.80 on ETH. Just close tomorrow. Okay. 12 on AMC, 94.62 on GME. Just doing a lot of movement right here. Now that we're getting to the end of my wedge. A lot of price movement. Yeah, it does. Like it just looks like it wants to go. I bought a UVXY call to throw on with my puts just in case as like a hedge. I bought one like really close to the money. Just because it's hurting right now because we've been having a great day. But if tomorrow we get like sloshed, then I'll be deep in the money. I was able to get one like two strikes up for like less than $100. Yep, I hope so, dude. It's all about carrying the momentum though. Like see how that MACD is? It came up onto the MACD, and now it looks like it is trying to separate. It just got to hold it. Yeah, it's if I yeah. What time? Wait, what timeline was that on? I don't know how that doesn't like hurt your eyes, bro. Is it on a minute? That can't be on a minute. Good. 1 minute, yeah. That's such a busy chart. Holy shit. Oh, that's why. Look, 200's right there. On the 5 minute. We're right above the five. Yeah, we're right above the 200 on the 5 minute. And we're above the MACD on the 5 minute. It actually looks pretty good. I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, bet. I agree. Almost looks like a double bottom as well, where it touches your blue line towards the bottom. And notice the volume spikes as well. Good. What's a 4 hour at? Whew! We got some ground to make up on the 4 hour. The MACD does look like it wants to spin up though. Same thing with a 2 hour. Hold on a second. Coming up to the 13 on the 2 hour. 1 hour. Let's see where we're at. Just for kicks. 1 hour, we're range bound between the 13 and the 24. Okay. On the 30-minute, we are coming up to the 48. We are almost over the MACD though. Like we're coming up on it and we're twisting towards it. 10-minute, 24 coming over the 48, and we still have the 10 to go. I mean, overall, it does look pretty good. It's just, I know going to the core CPI, I don't want to go in there with no hedge at all. So that's why I bought the UVXY call, just because I already have puts on it. If we get a continuation, I already got puts. But I don't want to be like, yeah, it's. I think we might have found the bottom, dude. Like we might have. I don't want to jinx it, but like we might have found the bottom. Unless they try to yank it tomorrow and CPI comes out. But honestly, I think everybody's already pricing in CPI. $12, $12, $12.11 on AMC. Look at this look at these candles. I love it. Go ahead. These are some candles right here. Like when I say grown up candles, like these are the kind of candles I want to see. Like they're even big if I shrink them. I'll get up there. Come on. 59 on the RSI. Come on, let's go. Push, 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 push. 1208 on AMC, 95.40 on GME, 279 on BBIG, 97 cents on MULN. $3.60 on ATER. $402.30, come on. There we go. Push. It's a big hammer. Push. Push. Come on. Not what I want. Go ahead. Other way around. Just shy of 95 on GME. We're at just about 12 bucks on AMC. Getting a pretty unfavorable candle here on SPY. And I think it was a trap. It's really hard to tell right now. This honestly looks like it could be like a bull channel. Yeah. Could be like a bull channel. We'll see if that shoots up. And this might get some support off this stuff right here. If not, we might go into free fall on SPY. Oh, guess not. Very bullish. Okay. I'd say very bullish, personally. Look at that move. It does move with some velocity. 54 on the RSI. Oh. Over 100 million in volume. It's a vol in this. Okay, more volume than we've been getting on AMC. GME, so-so. And again, we're getting a good amount of volume on AMC though, compared to usual. I know it's only at $12, guys. I'm well aware, I know. But that doesn't mean it can't go vertical. I'd really love for SPY to go vertical, but that's wishful thinking, I think. Come on, what are we doing? Parabolic SAR. I like that. Buy high, sell low. No, I bought a 405 when it was like, I bought a 405 for tomorrow when it was like down here. I'm already up like 30% on it, but I'm debating if I want to like be ballsy and hold it overnight, or if I just want to take the 30% gain. All right, so here's my off the wall idea, right? Everybody thinks that the CPI tomorrow is going to be bad, right? I'm sure you think that the CPI tomorrow is going to be bad. I think it's going to be bad. Okay. chances are they already priced that in. Yeah, but they could drop the SEC lawsuit on XRP, and XRP could replace it. Not even joking. Like that. Anyways, and plus also, if you say that they needed to liquidate in order to cover, right? They could take their liquidity right from Bitcoin and then just and go. Anyways, so say that what's it called? Say that I don't know. Say that we get a terrible CPI tomorrow, right? Dude, I bought it for fucking 50 cents yesterday, dude. I got a fill for under 50 cents yesterday. It was my first time ever. Oh, I don't know. XRP is the one that's tied up in court with the SEC, but it has its own ledger system where you could pretty much write off debt, which the US should do for its deficit. It's also deflationary, and it's easily taxable. I mean, basically, it's what the U.S. needs as a reserve currency. But you don't want to you really don't want to get me started on that. Anyways, everybody's already expecting a bad CPI, right? Now, what's the market been doing though? The market's been going backwards. It's been going at like completely backwards. So if everybody's expecting for it to go down, what if it just shoots right through the roof and people start to cover? The fractals were lining up, like AMC's fractals. I believe it was yesterday. Were lining up from like mid-May of last year, like before that June squeeze. I disagree with you about that coin with the 666. I think that it's going to be ISO compliant coins. So like XRP, XLM, XDC, IOTA. I'm not a fan of Algo. I think that Cardano is in the middle of working on compliance using polymath in order to meet the compliance standards. But I like Cardano better. And then also what's it called? Polygon. Now Polygon isn't ISO compliant. However, Mark Cuban dumped $13 million into it, and it's they're gonna make NFTs on Instagram. Also, they are deflationary, and I get 16% staking interest on Nexo. Well, I don't, dude, bro. You can follow whoever you want. Like I appreciate your support. I mean, like, I don't even know who this gumball guy is. I think he has a funny name. I don't know. If he's talking smack about me, tell him I said that I think he has a funny name. I don't know. But like I have like no ill will towards anybody like that. Like I just don't. I don't have time for ill will. I don't want to carry any kind of like hate in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Dude, somebody already told me that. I'm not going to though. I have to let my dog out in a second. I like TMI. Like TMI's chill. Like I don't know him, but I used to watch some of his stuff. I almost made my channel the Hooded Investor because I always wear my hoodie. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to let the dog out. Yeah, I almost made it. The Hooded Investor just because I always wear my hoodie. Yeah, I agree. I think out of everybody, I think Short the Vix was my favorite. To be quite honest, like, because he would talk about things like option Greeks, and he would explain gamma to people, and like that's really important. Notice how when when more people started to learn about options, that's when like stuff would run. Um, you know what I mean? Like that's when when he after he told after he would talk about the gamma ramps and the effect of gamma and delta hedging and all that kind of stuff. Like I felt like the market moved a little bit more. But I tend to speculate a little bit more than a lot of other creators do. And I tend to not believe in coincidences. So that's why I kind of made my own channel. I don't know. Also, I'm not really afraid to voice my political beliefs. I mean, I don't want to, but I will, because we have to, because it's a stock market. Everything's it's politically charged. It is what it is. And I believe in things on both sides. So I feel like I'm well equipped to deal with that. I don't know. Plus, I sit here and I do it all day anyway. I sit here and I trade all day anyway. I might as well do something. And also, I learn about different plays out there, and if somebody tells me "Hey, look into this," sometimes it's worth getting into. I mean, I've made money, I've lost money by doing that, but this is what it is. But yeah, what if after the market closes, these just run like crazy, right? And then you just see an insane amount of buying. You everybody would probably get burned because they probably have puts on, right? I mean, I have a hedge right now. I have a hedge. But then I have really close to the money calls on some of these things. And then I have straight stock. So I'm good. I'm chilling. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty levered up. I'll be straightforward. But I feel confident, even though I'm pretty far levered up. I feel very confident because I'm a lot would have to go wrong. The market would basically not have to move. It would have to stay still for me to be fucked. And I don't think that's going to happen tomorrow or the next day or the next day. I just don't. I think now, well, they didn't even admit to it. I just knew that they were. I mean, how would you suggest that I get bots in here? Because I didn't really change the title all that much. I guess MULN, they wanted people out of MULN really, really bad at that day, which is why I had a crap ton of bots that day. But I really haven't had too many bots since then. Nah, I don't want to be like that. I want this to naturally develop and just happen. And if it doesn't, then I don't need it. If my streaming isn't appreciated, That's fine. I'll probably still do it anyway. You know what I mean? Eventually I'll get that. Well, yeah, like, I mean, I could also pay for subs if I really wanted to, but I'm not gonna do that. And then honestly, if I had that many subs, then I'd be up in the algos. Yeah, honestly, I should make short videos. I know I should. But it's like, that's not me. And I don't know. I feel like if I'm like out here like sniping like crazy calls and stuff and like making like sweet moves, people will notice, and then people like, word of mouth is by far the best, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, that's that. But like I said, I bought a 405 all the way down here today, and it was up 36%. It's not that much right now, but that's because I'm going to be an asshole, and I think I'm going to hold it overnight. And I'm probably going to be throwing away like $300. Do I want to recap my trades? I mean, I guess I could do that, but then I'd have to do things like this. Like, for instance, like, hold on. So then I'd have to like draw like a vertical like right there, just so I remember like where I sniped an option, or like right there. And then I'd have to like write like a note, holy sell off. Then I'd probably have to like write a note. Hold on a second. My dog's going ham outside. Bummer. I'm just shy. Or I mean, like, for instance, say that I were to buy an option right there, like I'd have to like draw verticals, and then I have to write myself a note. Uh, uh, I'm a man of my word, but I don't want to talk about it because it's weird, and I'd rather not do it if I could get a free pass. But I did say I would. If you guys get me monetized though, you guys gotta like share my stuff. I can't be doing like all like the organic work and then still have to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. Gotta say what you want to know what trade I'm looking at for like coming up sometime soon? ESSC. It is 328. Here, I'll write it down. Pen doesn't work. Son of a bitch. 328. What's today's date? 10, 5, 10, ESSC call. So I have awesome. I'm happy you have. I have 1,000 warrants and 100 shares. And I'll show you why. Cost to borrow average. Now remember how many? 1.18 million they borrowed. And then there's the FTDs. But they borrowed 1.18 million on that one day, right? Now look at this. Free float shares under $250,000. Absolutely not, Alan. That's gross. I hate mayo. And look, I take mayo on like a turkey and cheese, but it has to be like light mayo. That's the only exception. I'm looking at Momentous for. I'll even tell you this. What time is it now? 3:31. 3:31. Momentous. Look. Oh, I'm looking at Arrival too. But anyway, backed. Hold on. Sorry. I just keep forgetting that I'm in all these different places. Okay, so I'm in Momentous. They signed a deal with SpaceX. And basically what they offer is they offer like a satellite that's going to act like a towboat for other satellites, which I think is going to be pretty badass. And it's going to get government contracts, and it's going to be highly used in the future. Arrival, hydrogen buses brought to market by BlackRock a while back. And then backed, they have a partnership with Nexo. Nexo is by far the best compounding cryptocurrency wallet. And because they're partnered with security, right? They get what's called, they like have to, they have to, go by the rules. They're not going to screw you. And they're insured up to 350 mil. Oh, bro, I'm not doing calls because that could be a long one. I bought straight shares and warrants. Warrants last like 5 years or long. They can actually last up to like, I believe 10 if I'm not mistaken. But the exercise price on them is $11.50. Yeah, I'm not buying calls on them. No way. No way, dude. No way. Because like I don't know when it's gonna go. But I'm gonna have to let my dog in a second. You know how like DWAC went? Here, we could actually just honestly look it up. Here, wait. You know what? I'm gonna try to be really quick because we're getting a candle. What the hell? DWAC W. Alright, now these are the warrants. My average was $1.50, I believe. So I got in pretty early. And then I got out like up here somewhere. But like my average was $1.30. So that's why I have. And also you could trade warrants when the underlying is halted. 1 second. Let me grab the dog. But yeah, that's another cool thing. You could actually trade warrants when the underlying is halted. You could also trade warrants in after hours and pre-market. And they're cheap as balls. They're like literally they're 23 cents. It's just you need a professional platform in order to sell or in order to buy them. Like you can't do it on like a webull. Like I use webull to chart just because I like their charts, but I wouldn't be. I don't think that I could buy warrants on here. This is like a janky double bottom. It's like, yeah, there's more volume over here, obviously, but like, well, see, it showed that it used to like when I went to go buy DWAC-W, I believe it showed me I could, and then I went to go buy it and it would let me do it. Like, Rumble has them as well. Like CF, what is it, CFVIW? Look at that. That's funny. Spies under 400. Yeah, just doing volume underneath the 200 and the VWAP. I think it's going to come right back, actually. Yeah, but I mean, like, those are why I like those plays. And I mean, even after market, I'll, what's it called? Maybe after, you know what? Maybe after market, I will, if Momentous doesn't freak out before I even post it, but I'll, like, make, like, a quick little video, maybe, and just kind of explain why I like them, I guess. But to me, it's not even about, like, the research, because, like, I could, like, I'll be honest, like, I research a disgusting amount. To me, it's not about the research. To me, it's about the entry points and the exit points. Because, like, some of my entry points are just disgusting. I should have sold. I thought I was going to double bottom right there. Now I'm kind of glued to it. Oh, wait, that looks like a... Hold on a second. That looks like it was like an extra push. I might come right back. But, I mean, like, other than, like, MULN, I obviously really like MULN. But I feel like everybody knows about those ones. So, like, they would either go to my video because, like, I'd have to make it, like, clickbaity, but I don't want to do that. But then they'd be able to find it easier. Or I could, like, label the video, like, my upcoming plays or I don't know. I just feel like I could get in trouble for that because that's kind of like telling people to get into a play, even though I'm not really telling them. I guess I could just be like, this is why I'm getting into this play. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that idea, actually. That's a new one. 1162, 92.89 on GameStop, 273 on BBIG, 96 on MULN, 357 on ATER. Uh-oh. Come on. Give me a hammer. Give me a big... Nope. Stick with me. If we get a hammer, that's a sign of a reversal. Give me a hammer. Come on. And even if you have like a professional brokerage, you need like I believe like one of like the highest What's my dog? Shut up. I think that you need one of the highest derivatives like optionalities. Rip. Like this was getting sold off before, and I said that I thought it was a good buy too. I mean, maybe I should write that down. Oh, I know. I saw that. I was actually streaming that. And then the State Department came on and called Russia a terrorist state. Like, yo, Nord Stream 2 runs right through the Ukraine. It does go underwater, okay? But all the Ukraine would have to do is go and disable Nord Stream 2 somehow, some way. Okay? They don't have to blow it up, right? But they would just have to disable it, and then they would, like, that's how Russia makes money. So that paired with the sanctions would make the war unaffordable, 100%. Oh, no, I feel you. He's all over the place, bro. Like, he's what we got. He's what we got instead of mean tweets, and now now you can tweet whatever the hell you want anyway. So like what was the point? Oh man, he and then he's like bragging about all the money that we sent to the Ukraine. Like, yo, are you forgetting that like there's like people that are struggling in America? Like, I get it. Like, they need help over there. I get that, right? But like, they can't even go shut off a pipeline that's in their own country, and you're sending them like billions of dollars. You might be wrong about that. There might be like a little person behind him that like actually helps hold him up. Yeah. Nothing beats that summit. Yo, the picture of him at that summit, whatever the hell it is. I think it was like a G20 summit where he literally took a nap in the middle of the G20 summit. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think someone like that should have nuclear launch codes. Just throwing that out there. Dude, some of the tongue twisters he comes up with today, or that he comes up with these days, dude, it's just like, really, man? He actually did it during a speech today. He like he like lost like track of whatever he was talking about. And he did that for like a brief second. He goes, "Oh, well, I don't like anyways, I don't want to get off track," to try to like save himself. I saw one video where he was like talking about like prostitution and tobacco. Like they they did it. It's a mighty fine combo. How'd you come up with that? I can't believe MULN is 95 cents right now. I want to sell something so bad and fuck. Probably shouldn't though. Like what I wanted to sell, I probably shouldn't. Or is it back up on the day? Hold on a second. It's not enough. Not worth enough. I need to have a like I need like a solid day. These days I've just been like kind of like treading water, just like keeping myself like afloat. Like I'm ready to have myself a great day. I'm kind of hoping that like the CPI print like has everybody in a basically like a really like I'm scared like shitless type of like position, and then I'm like really aggressive in the right direction, because that would be like that'd be huge. Hey, these have been negative pretty much all day. Yeah, it's like my brain hurts from like doing these inverse ETFs and these levered ETFs. It's just like, man. Ugh. Like I'm ready to just start like ripping. Yo, real talk though, like think about it. The crypto market pretty much bottomed out last night. Like I got XRP for under 50 cents. I got Cardano for like I think it was like 55 cents or 60 cents or something like that. I got Polygon for like I think it was around the same thing. Quant got down to like $73. IOTA was 39 cents. Yeah, but like think about it. Like uh-oh, death cross right there. This is the 1 minute though, so that might get just blown out if this goes right through it. Like think about it though, like what if that was the bottom? Because a lot of things that were overpriced are no longer overpriced anymore after the last, not today, but well, I guess today too, but like today, the day before, and the day previous. Like hell, up like let's say up to Thursday, right? Like it's like I don't know. I just don't see it as I don't see it as like trading on crazy multiples like I previously did. Because I saw a lot of things that were trading on crazy multiples. I will be honest. Like, what are we doing here? How are we going to end the day? We're going to get support off the top of these. And we're going to go right back up. Maybe not right back up, but probably finish right around pivot. Get back up there. AMC 1161. Like, yo, these are so cheap that like people are gonna like pour into options most likely. Like, I don't know. I'm half tempted to sell a Tesla and buy like at the money options tomorrow. Like, I'm seriously considering it. Oh, everything. Oh, yeah, dude, everything's overpriced. But do you want to know why everything was overpriced? Because I'll tell you. Rather than dealing with the original COVID, or I'm not allowed to say that word. It's because of the algos. Rather than dealing with the original C word crash, right? We boosted up Wall Street using Bitcoin, okay? But then instead of finding a way to like handle the situation, we had a new president step in and he just didn't pay attention to that situation, to the financial situation of the aspect, and then he just started adding on more things that we were going to pay for before fixing the finance situation. And I think that's why XRP is in the lawsuit that it's in, because they didn't know how to tax. Oh, and then, yeah, and we have way too much stimulus money. And we encourage people not to work. And by not fixing the finance problem, I would argue that it actually gave people the incentive to sit and learn the finance of everything. And I could tell you, I put in probably about 8 hours a day, not even trading. Probably with trading more, but without trading, probably about 4 to 5 hours a day. I would put in literally just researching, just so I would know the ins and the outs of finance. Yeah, well, the one way they could get out of it is if they drop the XRP case. Now, if they don't drop the XRP case, then they're going to open Coinbase up to a class action lawsuit that is larger than anybody has ever seen in their entire lives. That I could guarantee. Well, I can't guarantee. But yeah, well, I think we're starting to see the repercussions. I don't even think that we are seeing the repercussions yet. I think that we're starting to see them. But it could literally all be better if they just allowed XRP. If say that they just drop the lawsuit, they could throw the entire deficit right on the ledger. The entire loss, like the entire deficit, whole thing. Ugh. 1165 on AMC, 9286 on GME, 9287 on GME, 274 on BBIG, 95 cents on MULN. What did I tell you? I figured it was an end right at pivot point. Like, it's almost getting too predictable. And then we found out that they were starting to paint them to max pain, and now they're not doing it. No, I'm not. I'm not. What's it called? I'm into like going to music festivals really heavy. I go to a lot of music festivals. Well, I did before, the vid. Yo, look at this. Down 5%, and they're going into earnings today. Interesting. No, but I do like a lot of VIX back up. Well, yeah, that's because we shot way down in price. It's fine. I mean, realistically, it's going to be whatever cryptocurrency does. Because if cryptocurrency comes out and absolutely tears faces off, the chances are that tomorrow like everything will be ripping again, and then the VIX will go down. However, if we keep going down, then the VIX will, obviously keep going up. But that's why I bought the UVXY call. That expensive. I bought like a more expensive one, like pretty much at the money. Because A, it was down, so it was gonna be cheaper, like a cheaper premium than if it was like ripping, and then B, it gives me a little bit of leverage on my hedge as well. But yeah, I got 1 hour and 2 minutes. Open market. Got another one. No. Market's about to be closed. I honestly stay on for like however long. I might stay on and see if anything happens with earnings, because so I couldn't sleep last night, and it was like 4:15 in the morning, and Bloomberg. I watched Bloomberg like religiously. It's kind of bad, but anyways, Bloomberg actually had like some kind of breaking news or whatever, and it said that the U.S. Fed, because of the tightening monetary policy, how they were warning of potential margin calls for commodities and oil. So my thought process is that I think that they're screwed up in the derivatives, not so much the commodities and the oil. I think they're screwed up in the derivatives. Okay, that's very close. So anyways, if I think that they're screwed up in the derivatives, then they'd get margin called in, what's it called? They would get margin called in regular market. They wouldn't get, margin called in like the commodities market. I mean, they might get margin called there first, but overall they're gonna get margin called everywhere. If they were to get margin called, I should say. One second, let me let my other dog in. No, it might have came from yelling. No. This one came in at 4 in the morning today. It was on oil. It was I don't know, some kind of like new advisory. I mean, they might have been quoting her, but they said it was. Yeah. I mean, a year ago, I was able to trade SPY directly using Bitcoin as my top signal. It's so bad. But yeah. I want to see a market rip. I want to see the bottom of that like mayhem that we had to deal with. Okay, wait a minute. There's the 200. Hold on a second. So 200's right there, and we're just crossing the MACD. That's an interesting setup going into close. Just above the 200. I like that. Some big candles. Okay. There's a 200 as well. Guys, the 200's like right there. Some of these MOASS stocks, like the 200 is close. UVXY. I would rather the Q rip, to be honest. 200's right there. A little bit of a death cross, though. I don't know what to think about that, actually. That could be like a trap, though. Interesting. Netflix had a day. All right, what's up with them? Where do I find out if they beat or not? I mean, I'm good with whatever happens, to be honest. What time? Oh, it's at 5. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Oh, we're getting a candle here. Little baby candle. I'm gonna change the title to what's it called? I want to change the title to Momentous Earnings Call. Okay, there we go. Cool beans. What do I got in here with me, Greg? Let me pull up. Oh, why did that disappear? Oh, don't tell me okay. Momentum. MNTS. Alright. I don't care about that. I care about the shorts, and I care about the fundamentals. Alright, they have a really low short interest. The short interest is 5.76 of the whole float. They had a net borrow today of 2.4%. Cost to borrow average of 11.11%. The utilization is only at 43. I mean, they do have a deal at SpaceX, though. They beat, though? I guess that's the important part. Analysts. Analysts have a price target, a consensus of $8 on it. Fundamentals, quarterly. (2022) quarter one. All right, so their enterprise value. Wow, it actually dropped. It's like pretty substantially. It's only 128 million now. Kind of don't like that. Kind of like that at all. Holders. Oh, I do like this though. Here, hold on a second. Just so you're not like not. I should have been doing this on this chart the whole time anyway. Let me just take this off. Aha. Other in-space infrastructure services. Interesting. What other kind of infrastructure services are there other than the International Space Station? And a few satellites. Integration with the SpaceX rocket. That's dope. Second port. Okay, so they purchased a second port on the SpaceX Transporter 5 mission. Okay, cool. To use a third party. That's interesting. Okay. A rideshare aggregator? What? Now we're talking about a rideshare company in space. So think about Uber, but from like the International Space Station to a satellite or something. So they got FFA or FAA clearance. Dope. And it starts at 5. Blah, blah, blah. That's just legal talk. Okay, here we go. total operating expenses. Of course it's going to go up. They did buy some stuff. So they lost. Oh, they lost less money. That's good. Big difference on loss, like per share. $80 million float, no big deal. I don't like the total assets though. That kind of sketches me out a little bit. That's not that much in total assets. Best thing that they have going for them is that they have to deal with Elon. That right there is important. Prime movers. All right, and they own them at about 15 bucks. So just remember that 31% of the company is owned at 15 bucks. Vanguard and BlackRock right next to each other as usual. Citadel's in there. Renaissance is in there. State Street. Yeah, Bank of America. Not the biggest fan, but Two Sigma. UBS, who just lost a bunch of money to Archegos. Goldman, definitely not a fan of them. JP, Alpine, Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse, BMO. A lot of people don't know about BMO, but BMO does a lot of business. Schwab and BNY. A lot of people are in this play. There's another Goldman. Okay, so they're double tapping it. This is when you know that like something might be a very good play. When you see a state retirement plan in the play, that usually is pretty darn good. Bank of Canada. Okay. Whether it's like the whole retirement system or like the teachers or whatever, right? Usually that's like a half decent play. In my eyes, at least. Oh, sorry, I'm just cracking my back. Oh, look at these idiots. They sold. Oh, yeah. All right. So these people sold right before they signed the SpaceX deal. Wait, hold on a second. We gotta get a date on this. What date did MNTS sign the SpaceX deal? April 7th. Ha! Got him. Oh, that's so funny. All right, so they sold all the way back here, right? And right here is where they signed the SpaceX deal. That's glorious. Who's with me in here? I only see like one other person. What up? You want to see like a really sweet looking play? You gotta say yeah though. I don't want to sit here and talk to myself. I'll show you a really sweet looking play that I think is, it's looking primed up. If you say yeah. But you gotta say something though. Okay, so the keys are pretty much flat. Let's see. That 200 is right there. All you have to do is subscribe and like, hopefully, if you haven't already. Just say yeah, dude, I do want to see that, and I got you. But like, we're talking about like a float that is disgustingly shorted, like maybe the worst you've ever seen, and it's a micro float, like beyond micro float. It's the smallest float I've ever seen in my entire life. And BBIG is doing volume above the 200. I like that. Keep putting in those volume bars right there. That 48 is going to come up to that 200. And we should be Gucci. I feel like Tesla like moved all around today. I'm happy I didn't play any options on it. I'm happy I just held stock. I would really like the spider rip though. Pretty sweet. Looks like a nice cup forming right on the pivot point. Interesting. Whew. Homie, I could see that you're in here. Just like say what up. And I'll show you the sweet play that I think that I'm like. Well, I full disclaimer, I'm deep as hell in it. But you know, I like sharing, potential movers, upcoming movers. Especially to people who subscribe and like. We need to keep doing volume above that 200. Like that's like a must. Where are their earnings at? Lost narrow. Okay. More volume today than usual. They do have a lot of shares outstanding, but the free float is only 25%. And look at their 52-week. Why are you not showing me the short interest? What the hell? Whoa, Nelly. No lending vault. What the hell? Yo, that's weird. That is really, really, really weird. I'm gonna have to let my one dog out in a second. Look at the change though in enterprise value. Look at this. Negative, let's call it 90 mil. Positive 30 mil. Positive $5 billion. Think about that. That's a come up. That right there is a come up. Oh my God, look how many freaking shares this company owns. 72% of the float. 4.76, 4.74, 2. I didn't buy enough of this, I don't think. And what they do is they pretty much, I'll show you what they do. I don't even know who's in here, but you're getting like a full like description here, or a full like ride along. Arrival, no, I just put ARVL. ARVL stock details. Like, show me what you do. Oh, here we go. Okay. Arrival Limited is a British electric vehicle manufacturer headquartered in London. Primarily lightweight commercial vehicles, buses, from what I've been told or from what I've read. In June 2020, Arrival announced a new passenger bus designed for, I can't say the word because I'm on YouTube and the algorithm might hate me, whatever era, social distancing. R&D takes place at their facility in, like over in London. But basically, it's going to be like a EV hydrogen bus type deal, which I think is pretty sweet. Yeah, see? I'm happy you and I are on the same page with a lot of stuff. Yo, you should add, if you don't have BACT to your holding or to your watch list, you should add that. You should add what else? Like, yo, my whole watch list is fire. EVgo, if you don't have EVgo. IDEX, IDEX. These two, NRXP and KTR. This one's very important to add. FOA and then FOA warrants. When are there? Wait, so that was yesterday. I gotta check that out. But yeah, like my watch list is pretty stacked. I gotta see what the hell their earnings were. Okay, so they missed, but that's okay because this I the how can I say that word without hitting the algo? The P word isn't over yet, right? So watch this though. We'll get back to Arrival here because I'm interested in that, but I want to show you this too. Okay, so they work basically in refis, right? So basically, if they don't get paid, they just take the real estate. Okay. Now look how many holders there are of this company. 35% of the shares, Blackstone. Bang. 8.13, 5 point whatever, 5 point whatever, 2 point something, 2 point something, about 2. Just, 1.8. Let's see, 1.17, 1.15, 0.76, 0.56. Look how many of these banks own this company. Now, why would a company, well, I'll show you the chart in a second, but like, look at these dates. Just remember the dates, okay? So year, like basically, like last December. Okay. Now, all right, so December 21, right? All right, so basically they got in, let's call it, they got in, they're already $2 underwater on their position. Why would they hold, right? Look when the company started. Before we even knew that the C word was a thing. And then there was the C word crash right after they started, within like 2 months, okay? There was a C word crash, okay? And then they came over here and they just shorted the ever-living crap out of it. Or they sold calls or whatever, right? But now it's at a point where, look at this. Now it's bottoming out. Something to, think about. There was something big about this company too. I forget what it was. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Oh, this was like right before like the big squeeze for GME. and then it just kind of went flat ever since. I find things like that very, very worthwhile to pay attention to, especially now when they're trading at $1.36. Oh, and there's one more. Oh, yeah. So U.S. Energy. Look how high these guys were. Well, you know what? Let's just do the 52-week high. So 52-week high, $14. What's their all-time high though? And the best part about this one is I don't even think that there were any like reverse mergers. All-time high is $304, and they're trading at $3.94 right now. So like, they might legit like these are the companies that I think that the banks are going to run to when like they need to make their money back ASAP and they just need to go long on something and just like wait. That's my true belief. Could be wrong, could be right, but that's where I'm at with it. $13 minutes, or no, 23 minutes till the earnings call. Sub 33. So that's looking more like a double top than a bull channel. Unless we get some strength right here. Then it could be like kind of like a double bottom. But these prices aren't cratering like they were yesterday, if you notice. Because yesterday they just cratered right as soon as market closed, and then it was like it was a frenzy. I know I was in a frenzy. I had to pick up whatever I could when I could. I didn't even realize that I had that bottom line drawn already. But I'll take it. Descending wedge. Should be bullish. Oh, GameStop's up 1%. Can't see shit there. Here, I'm actually going to go over to my previous one. This might have some more gems hidden on it somewhere. This might be worth the watch list. Actually, there's a few of them right here that might be. This one, and this one might be worth the watch list. So MTCR, GTX, and LYRA. I have to feed my dog in 1 second. PRPL might also be worth one. They're doing earnings, I think, today. Yeah. VYGG and VYGG warrants might also be worth one. Bell, hold on a second. I'll take care of you in a minute, baby. Let's see. I really like Scott's Miracle Grow because of medical MJ moving forward. That might be worth the watch list. Whoever just joined, I'm just kind of going over. I'll check that link out in a second, Doug. Whoever just joined, I'm just going over things that might be potential watch listers while we wait for the momentous earnings. All right. If you do not have a crypto broker and you want access to XLM, which is ISO compliant and can be used on the XRP Ledger, GXLM is OTC, so you do have to pay like the $5 or whatever it is to buy it, but it is available. IDEX, IIPR. Do you know what IIPR is? It's actually, so from Medical MJ, it's a real estate company that lines up warehouses for Medical MJ companies, which I think it's like the first of their kind. BRG, I think that's probably the best real estate play in the market. Let's see. 1 second. My dog's crying. I'm gonna have to take her. See what's up. 1 second. I just want to finish this list with you guys. I really like Backed. They've been getting the crap knocked out of them, but I really, really, really like Backed. Just saying. And their earnings are on the 12th. Maddox up 11%. Hell yeah. Roll, baby, roll. Bella, I hear you, baby. Let me do this. I really like MindMed. They have an FDA approval to... I'm going to actually put this on my other watch list, too. They have an FDA approval to use acid. Yes, that's right. LSD. In order to go ahead and treat anxiety. Generalized anxiety disorder. It's nothing crazy. Like, just straight up generalized anxiety disorder. LIDAR, LIDR, might be worth a lot watch list. IoT, definitely worth a watch list. I already said Arrival's worth a watch list. They use ketamine. This company uses ketamine for medicinal purposes, which I think is badass. I'm really big into psychedelics, just saying. Especially when you could replace a medicine that could be bad for you with a psychedelic, I think it's beneficial. Somebody's at my house. My dad's at my house. 1 second, guys. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. I'll get back to GameStop in a second. Yeah. So I mean, that's pretty much it. Whoever hopped in here after I was like halfway done, I'll just redo my current positions real quick. Super quick. Hold on. Is that too loud? Is that good or is it too loud? Good, too loud. Yo, Greg, you got me? That good or no? I feel like it's too loud.
Thanks for holding.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Okay.
your time.
Oh, I was good. Okay.
Please stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
No, I wanted to make sure that you could hear the what's called. I wanted to make sure you could hear the momentous earnings call. That's what I was going after. Oh, you don't hear it. Okay. How about now? Yeah.
Thank you for holding. We sincerely appreciate your patience. Please stay on the line and we'll be back in a moment.
Okay, let me. One second, guys. I got you. Let me figure this out real quick. Oh, okay. Oh, you do hear it now. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. So we're good.
We look forward to talking with you soon. Please hold the line,
Okay.
and we'll be right back with you.
Cool. We're jamming now. We're good. Apparently, they're gonna have slides. It said in the. Like I scanned over the Ortex.
Thank you for holding. We look forward to talking with you soon.
Wait.
Please hold the line and we'll be right back with you.
Wait. This is in 10 minutes. There's things that we can do in 10 minutes. Hold on.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience.
Please
stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line and we'll be back in just a moment.
Respect the wedge. Or descending triangle, whatever you want to call it.
Thank you for waiting. Your patience is appreciated. Please hold the line, and we'll be right back with you.
Ooh, Tesla's hurting.
Thank you for holding. We look forward to
That one might be a hot tamale tomorrow.
Please hold the line and we'll be right back with you.
What's the... Wait, I wanted to look at this real quick. Hold on a sec. So their designs are kind of lame. But they're brought to market by BlackRock, and I don't say no to BlackRock.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah. Wasn't that like 1.7? Or like 1.69 something? Yeah, right?
Thank you for holding.
Look at the volume
We
though.
sincerely appreciate your patience.
It's a lot of
Please stay on
volume.
the line and we'll be back in a moment.
Compared to usual, that's a good amount of volume. Yo, did you see Terra? Yo, look at this. There's supposed to be a stable coin. Also, I'm a big believer in them, in IOTA. Huge believer in them. But Terra is supposed to be a stable coin. Yes.
Thank you for holding. We look forward to talking
Yes,
with you
bro.
soon. Please hold the line, and we'll be right back with you.
Like, look at their market cap over the last 24 hours. Fully diluted market cap. They lost 53% of the whole company. Like some stable coin you are. They were a top 10 fucking project. They were a top 10 project.
Thank you for holding.
Also,
we look forward to
bro,
talking with you soon. Please hold the line and we'll be right
government
back with
related.
you.
I'm telling. Well, also Nexo is fire. Just saying. But government related. I'm telling you. Not even joking. This company is government related.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
They're government related. It's crazy.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate
They
your
just got
time
listed
and patience.
today
Please stay on the line and we'll be back in just a moment.
on Mandala or Mandala, whatever the hell you pronounce it. So that's like what, like the third largest exchange in the world, and they got listed today. And also, Binance is the one that created the tokenomics system for them. So eventually they're going to end up on Binance.
Thank you for waiting. Your patience is appreciated.
Oh,
Please hold the line, and we'll be right back with you.
They don't even have Mandala up here yet. this is the old page, but
Thank you for holding. We look forward to talking with you soon. Please hold the line and we'll be right back with you.
they basically upgraded contracts so then they could fit more pairings.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Thank you for holding. We sincerely appreciate your patience. Please stay on the line and we'll be back in a moment.
Thank you for holding. We look forward to talking with you soon. Please hold the line, and we'll be right back with you.
Thank you for holding. We look forward to talking with you soon. Please hold the line and we'll be right back with you.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Thanks for holding. We appreciate your time and patience. Please stay on the line and we'll be back in just a moment.
Thank you for waiting. Your patience is appreciated. Please hold the line, and we'll be right back with you.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MOMENTS Inc. First Quarter 2022 Earnings Conference Call. At this time, all participants have been placed on a listen-only mode, but we will open the floor for your questions after the presentation. If you would like to enter the queue to ask a question at any time during the presentation or Q&A period, you may press star 1 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue. Should you wish to remove yourself from queue, you may press star 2. It is now my pleasure to turn the floor over to your host, Daryl Genovese, Vice President of Investor Relations. Daryl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to MOMENTS' First Quarter 2022 Earnings Conference Call. With me here today are John Rood, Chief Executive Officer of the company and Chairman of its Board of Directors, as well as Jikun Kim, Chief Financial Officer. Each will provide prepared remarks. Following these prepared remarks, we will take questions from analysts. In the interest of time, we would ask that you limit yourself to one question and one brief follow-up. Earlier today, we issued a press release and made a slide presentation available on our Investor Relations website, which provides an overview of our business and financial highlights for the first quarter. You can download a copy of the release and presentation slides at investors.momentus.space. During today's call, we will make certain forward-looking statements within the meaning of Section 27A of the Securities Act of 1933 and Section 21E of the Exchange Act of 1934. Forward-looking statements are predictions, projections, and other statements about future events that are based on current expectations and assumptions, and as a result are subject to risks and uncertainties. Many factors could cause actual future events to differ materially from the forward-looking statements in this communication. You should listen to today's call with the understanding that our actual results may be materially different from the plans, intentions, and expectations disclosed in the forward-looking statements we make. For more information about factors that may cause actual results to materially differ from forward-looking statements, please refer to the earnings press release we issued today, as well as the company's filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Readers are cautioned not to put undue reliance on forward-looking statements, and the company specifically disclaims any obligation to update the forward-looking statements that may be discussed during this call. Please also note that we will refer to certain non-GAAP financial information on today's call. You can find reconciliations of the non-GAAP financial measures to the most comparable GAAP measures in our earnings press release. None of these non-GAAP financial measures is a substitute for or superior to measures of financial performance prepared in accordance with GAAP. The technology underlying our anticipated service offerings is still in the process of being developed and has not yet been fully tested or validated in space. Our ability to execute on our business plan is dependent on the successful development and commercialization of our technologies. Development of space technologies is extremely complex, time-consuming, and expensive, and there can be no assurance that our predicted theoretical and ground-based results will translate into operational space vehicles that operate within the parameters we expect or at all. With that, I'd like to turn the call over to our Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, John Rood.
Thank you, Daryl. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about our first quarter and the progress that we've made since our last earnings call in early March of this year. We are on pace to complete our inaugural Vigoride demonstration flight this month. For that, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the entire MOMENTS team, which continues to drive progress toward our objective of providing the backbone infrastructure services to support the emerging space economy. I'll provide some high-level comments on our activities since our last earnings call, and particularly our progress toward our inaugural launch, both during Q1 and since the quarter ended, as there has been so much progress in the last 6 weeks. I'll then spend some time discussing our plan for that launch. After I make my comments, our CFO, Jikun Kim, will take you through the Q1 financial highlights. Turning to slide 3. Overall, the team continues to make impressive progress on our technology, as well as on the licensing and regulatory front. We've continued work to bring the Vigoride orbital transfer vehicle to market. During the first quarter, we completed system-level thermal vacuum testing on the Vigoride 3 vehicle that we plan to fly in space on its inaugural mission this month. Thermal vacuum testing is late-stage environmental testing that closely simulates the environment that the vehicle will encounter in space. In April, Vigoride 3 completed system-level vibration testing. This test, which is the last of our major ground-based environmental tests, simulates the environment that Vigoride will encounter when on board the SpaceX launch vehicle. Our testing sequence is designed to uncover issues on the ground, where we can deal with them more readily and effectively than we could in space. Following our thermal vacuum and vibration tests, The team addressed issues that were uncovered and made improvements where necessary. We went through a checkout sequence to ensure that the Vigoride-3's many subsystems were still functioning normally after being subjected to these environments. In April, we also conducted a flight readiness review, integrated customer satellites and other hardware onto Vigoride-3, and shipped it to its launch site in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Vigoride-3 is now at Cape Canaveral, mated to the Falcon 9 launch vehicle that will carry it to orbit on the SpaceX Transporter-5 mission targeted for this month. Turning to slide 4. This slide has some great pictures that illustrate the progress we've made in preparing the Vigoride-3 spacecraft for its operation in space. The picture at the top left shows the spacecraft in our clean room in San Jose, California, that is. The other photos trace its journey through stages of testing and preparation for launch. We're excited to see the Vigoride vehicle integrated on the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that will take it to space and eager for its debut in space soon. Turning to slide 5. While our engineers have been busy getting Vigoride ready for our inaugural mission, our legal and security teams have been working hard to further implement the compliance tasks required under our National Security Agreement, or NSA, with the U.S. government. This includes securing all the licenses and approvals that we need for our inaugural mission, which we have now done. In particular, we received 2 license updates from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, on March 21st and April 27th. Our NOAA license authorizes Vigoride-3 to operate its camera in space. Then, on April 28th, we received a license from the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC, authorizing Momentus to use radio frequencies to communicate with Vigoride. Finally, on May 4th, we received a favorable payload determination from the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA. You may have previously heard this referred to as a Momentus license from the FAA, but in fact what we needed and have obtained is FAA, quote, payload approval, end quote. As part of this review, the FAA consulted with other government agencies to determine whether the launch of a proposed payload would present any issues affecting public health and safety, the safety of property, U.S. national security or foreign policy interests, or international obligations of the United States. The FAA payload determination was the final regulatory hurdle for the company to overcome in order to proceed with its first flight on Transporter-5, which, as I said, SpaceX is currently targeting for this month. I'm proud of our team's efforts to ready the Vigoride spacecraft for its inaugural mission. The next step is for SpaceX to deliver Vigoride safely to orbit. Given the strong SpaceX track record, we have good reason to be confident that we will soon have our vehicle in orbit. We thank SpaceX for the partnership and cooperation they are providing to support our inaugural Vigoride launch. While the company has faced several regulatory challenges in the past 18 months, our substantial progress in implementing our NSA has resulted in obtaining the necessary government licenses and approvals for our planned inaugural launch. The team's focus on implementing the NSA will continue side by side with bringing forward the best product we can for our customers and to the benefit of our shareholders. Turning to slide 6. While Momentus plans to take some customer payloads to orbit and generate a small amount of revenue, the primary goals of our inaugural mission are to test Vigoride on orbit, learn from any issues encountered, and incorporate the lessons learned into future Vigoride vehicles. Under our FCC license, the mission could last as long as 6 months. Our plan is to complete test and demonstration tasks with the spacecraft in less than that time period. As mentioned earlier, Vigoride-3 is currently mated to the Falcon 9 rocket that SpaceX is targeting for launch this month on the Transporter-5 mission. The mission plan calls for Vigoride-3 to be ejected into a sun-synchronous orbit at approximately 500 kilometers altitude, or just over 300 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Honestly, we're just going over it now.
The launch vehicle,
I didn't even get that far yet. Yo, if you guys could throw me a like and a sub, I'd like greatly appreciate it. It's hard for like a new YouTuber.
And establishing communications with the ground stations that we will use to control the vehicle from Earth. During Vigoride-3's flight, we plan to deploy 9 satellites from the vehicle. We also plan to operate space hardware to support a customer test of this hardware. All told, these services support a total of 3 customers using Vigoride. As customer satellites are deployed, we will recognize a small amount of revenue. Once we have fulfilled our obligations to our customers, we plan to operate Vigoride 3 in space through powered flight and test its ability to maneuver to different orbits. Over the course of the mission, we plan to operate and monitor the performance of the spacecraft
Different orbits,
and its
did you hear that?
subsystems, including our propulsion system, to inform future design iterations. At the conclusion of the mission, we plan to deorbit Vigoride 3 so that it burns up on re-entry. In the history of spaceflight, it's common to experience issues, particularly on early missions. Our intention is not just to perform the planned flight demonstration mission and meet our objectives, but also to find issues that we can correct on future flights. This approach is critical to our future success. We plan to learn from any anomalies we experienced during our inaugural flight and apply the lessons learned to improve our technology going forward. Our core business objective is to become an industry leader, providing transportation and in-space infrastructure services for the burgeoning new space economy, and our planned inaugural mission represents a key step along that path. Turning to slide 7. As I said on our March earnings call, we have secured 2 ports on the SpaceX Transporter 5 mission. Vigoride 3 has been mated to one of these ports, and on the second port, a third-party deployer system has been mated to the Falcon 9 launch vehicle. This system, which is shown in the picture on this slide, is made by one of our partners, who is also handling the customer and launch vehicle integration work for the second port. This system is slated to deploy in orbit 5 satellites for 4 different customers. As I said in our last earnings call, this system cannot provide the last-mile transportation service to precise custom orbits that Vigoride can. However, it meets the needs of some of our customers in our backlog, particularly those that don't need to get to a precise orbit, have less complex requirements, and are looking for a lower-cost way to reach low Earth orbit, or LEO, or LEO. This represents an effort to explore other market segments that are adjacent to our current addressable market with Vigoride. Offering a lower-cost option alongside Vigoride allows us to address the market in multiple ways and serve the diverse needs of our customers more economically than we could if we were to fly every one of them on a more capable Vigoride vehicle. Turning to slide 8. We also continue to plan for our future beyond the first launch of Vigoride. During the first quarter, we signed launch services agreements with SpaceX that reserved space for us on 4 additional rideshare missions, including Transporter 6, which is targeted for October 2022, Transporter 7, targeted for January 2023, Transporter 8, targeted for April 2023, and Transporter 9, targeted for October 2023. In all, we are now manifested on each of the dedicated rideshare missions that SpaceX plans to operate from now through the end of 2023. Recall that once we've established initial product viability, we plan to broaden our service offerings with Vigoride beyond the hub-and-spoke transportation mission. Demonstrating some of the technologies for these broader offerings is part of what we plan to do during these follow-on missions. As an initial step toward broadening the product offering, we plan to carry a hosted payload customer on Transporter 6, which SpaceX is currently targeting for October 2022. This will allow us to demonstrate our hosted payload capability and grow our hosted payload business with other potential customers. Hosted payloads involve carrying a payload for a customer aboard Vigoride, in which the payload receives different types of support, such as power, communications, or being operated to test its performance in space. We also plan to fly our first Block 2.2 Vigoride vehicle on Transporter 6. We are planning to introduce a reusable version of our Vigoride vehicle toward the middle of the decade. We expect this move to reusability will allow us to provide more economical transportation services. It will also allow us to further expand the type of services we're able to offer our customers, including in-orbit maintenance, refueling of satellites, removing debris, and deorbiting satellites at the end of their useful life, as well as other satellite services. We've been continuing work ourselves and with partners on the technologies to enable provision of these services, such as a robotic arm for Vigoride. We also plan to test a sensor package to enable rendezvous and proximity operations and a fluid transfer system for Vigoride to replenish its propellant tanks in space. We plan to begin on-orbit testing of some key technologies that we will need for reusable Vigoride on the 2023 SpaceX missions that we've booked. Turning now to slide 9. This slide provides an overview of where we stand in production of our early vehicles. So far, we've produced 3 complete Vigorides with 3 more in various stages of production. Vigoride 1 and Vigoride 2 are fully built and tested. As we've said in the past, we learned a significant amount from production of these early vehicles that we plan to retain in storage and potentially use as ground test articles in support of future Vigoride development. I discussed the status of Vigoride 3 earlier in this call, but this chart provides a nice visual of its comprehensive ground testing campaign. Our integration and testing process is based on industry best practices for spacecraft manufacturing and testing. We continue to stress the importance of using ground testing, not only to validate our designs and engineering processes, but also as a critical part of a disciplined approach to put us in the best position possible for success on orbit. After our inaugural mission with Vigoride 3, we plan to begin operating vehicles from our improved Block 2.2 Vigoride configuration, beginning with Vigoride 5. During the first quarter, we completed our Block 2.2 critical design review to incorporate design changes relative to the prior configuration. These changes include a new modular tank system that will allow us to swap propellant for payload depending on the mission requirements, as well as a more efficient structural design and improved payload hosting capabilities. We now have 3 Block 2.2 vehicles in different stages of production. Turning to slide 10, we continue to build out and improve our executive leadership team, adding high-caliber individuals that bring the type of experience and skill sets that we need to grow our business. During the first quarter, we welcomed Jason Garkey as our new security officer. Jason reports to Security Director Vic Mercado, who continues to lead our security function and implementation of our NSA, which is overseen by the Department of Defense and the Department of the Treasury. Receiving the government approvals required for the upcoming Vigoride launch is a testament to the big difference Jason has already made in implementing our NSA. We're also building out our engineering, development, manufacturing, and supply chain leadership, along with restructuring the organization and making sure our people have the resources they need to succeed, including access to technical experts. Charles Chase recently joined our team full-time as Vice President of Engineering. Charles is a world-class talent in innovation and plasma technologies. He has a 30-year track record at Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, taking aerospace and defense technologies from concept to working prototype to production to retirement. Charles has already been an enormous asset to us through his participation in our strategic advisory group, particularly when it comes to mentoring our junior engineering talent. We are lucky to have been able to attract him to join us full-time. We also welcomed Nick Zello recently as our new Vice President of Manufacturing and Operations. Nick is another member of our strategic advisory group, whom we are very fortunate to bring on full-time. Nick is an expert in product development and manufacturing with experience across the aerospace, automotive, IT, and construction industries. Most recently, Nick worked at Maxar Technologies, where he served as Vice President of Small Satellite Operations and Delivery, among other roles. Prior to that, Nick held leadership positions at a robotics company and at General Motors. Finally, Gary Bartman also joined us recently as Vice President of Supply Chain. Gary brings deep expertise in supply chain management from his experience at Bell Solutions, United Launch Alliance, and Lockheed Martin, where he led teams responsible for strategy development, execution, and supply chain solutions. I would say, given the preponderance of supply chain issues across the U.S. and global economies, we're fortunate to have a pro like Gary on our staff who can make supply chain excellence a competitive advantage for Momentus. Consistent with the strategy that we discussed on our prior call, we've also been adding engineering talent below the executive level. And we look forward and will continue to opportunistically populate our company with talented individuals and develop them to position the company for a bright future. Before I hand the call over to our CFO, Jikon Kim, for comments on the Q1 financials, I just want to reiterate my excitement for the progress the company is making. The route to our first launch has not been without its challenges, but with our licenses in hand and our vehicle now at the launch site, the future is bright for Momentous, particularly compared to where we sat just a year ago. I'd like to thank our dedicated team for getting us here, and would also like to thank our customers and investors for their patience through this period. I'll now hand the mic off to our CFO, Jikon Kim, and then we'll take your questions.
Thank you, John. Before I begin, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Momentous team for their hard work and dedication as we progress towards our inaugural launch. Turning to slide 11. Our first quarter results reflect our ongoing progress and investments toward an inaugural launch. We have cumulatively signed contracts for approximately $69 million in backlog or potential revenues as of April 30th, 2022. These contracts include firm orders as well as options. These options give our customers the flexibility to quickly opt into an available launch slot on short notice without requiring a separate agreement. The breadth of these signed contracts span across 25 companies in 15 different countries. In general, our customers have the right to cancel their contracts with the understanding that they will forego their deposits and milestone payments. If a customer cancels a contract before all of the payments are made, the resulting revenues will be less than the full value of the backlog. We ended Q1 with non-restricted cash and cash equivalents of $136 million and approximately $24 million in outstanding gross debt. We started making principal payments on our term loan in March. We invested approximately $25 million in cash during Q1. We expect our quarterly cash investment rate to increase as the year progresses, driven by higher operational tempo, increased launch vehicle milestone payments, as well as continued investments in NSA implementation, public company infrastructure, and debt repayments. We did not recognize any revenue during the quarter, and as John said, we will begin to recognize revenue once we begin flying customers to space and fulfill our performance obligations. In the quarter, we generated approximately $25 million in losses from operations. On a non-GAAP basis, our adjusted EBITDA was a negative $17 million, which is approximately $1 million lower sequentially from Q4 2021. Please refer to the earnings press release issued today for the reconciliation of adjusted EBITDA to GAAP net income. Non-GAAP SG&A expenses for the quarter totaled approximately $8 million, approximately $1 million higher than the prior quarter. Non-GAAP R&D expenses for the quarter totaled approximately $9 million, unchanged from the prior quarter. We ended Q1 with approximately 81.8 million shares outstanding.
Thank you, Jikon. In a moment, we will move on to the question and answer portion of our call. I would like to remind participants that all disclaimers outlined at the outset of this call extend to the question and answer session. This includes our disclaimers relating to the non-GAAP financial information, forward-looking statements, and technology underlying our planned service offerings. Tom, would you please remind participants how to enter the queue?
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to enter the queue to ask a question at this time, please press *1 on your telephone keypad. Enter the queue. We ask, if listening on speakerphone today, to please pick up your handset while asking your question to provide optimal sound quality. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who would like to enter the queue at this time to ask a question may press *1 on the telephone keypad at this time. Please hold a moment while we poll for questions. And the first question today is coming from Mike Majeri from Wolfe Research. Mike, your line is live. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. John, you talked a bit about the first launch coming up, but I'm just wondering, how will you be measuring success on that first mission?
Well, thank you for the question. The Vigoride-3 mission that we plan to conduct later this month is a flight demonstration mission. Our objective is to test how well the Vigoride vehicle and its subsystems work in space. We will also deliver customers to orbit and generate a small amount of revenue. There are many systems on board, including communications, the propulsion system called the microwave electrothermal thruster, power systems like solar arrays, our reaction control system, avionics, and other systems. While we've rigorously tested the vehicle on the ground, there's really no substitute for actually flying the vehicle in space and testing it there. So at a high level, the purpose of the mission is to demonstrate the performance of Vigoride, assess, and then we'll see where we need to make improvements. With this in mind, I will say we'll learn from both sides of the coin, seeing what works the way we expect, as well as the other side of the coin where adjustments may be needed because things didn't work the way that we expected. We've defined key performance requirements that we'll aim to meet. These tasks include communication, operation of the hardware and the software, the subsystems that I mentioned earlier, like propulsion, and of course the deployment of the customer payloads. So, again, in summation, the focus is on testing the vehicle, learning from any issues, and then incorporating lessons learned on future Vigoride vehicles.
Got it. Thank you. And then following on that, your relationship with SpaceX, it appears healthy, while some of your competitors, that might not be the case to that degree. Is that something that you see as a competitive advantage or an opportunity for you guys?
We see it as a potential competitive advantage, and we do see it as an opportunity. We're very proud of our partnership with SpaceX. We appreciate the collaboration and consideration they have provided to us as we work through some of the legacy regulatory issues that the company had. Momentous is very pleased. I'm very pleased that we've overcome a number of challenges recently, and frankly, we know how hard that can be in a business. So while I wouldn't want to comment as to our competitors' relationship with SpaceX or their potential efforts to remedy their issues, I do know how hard that can be for customers and others to deal with that uncertainty. So frankly, we plan to be opportunistic during this period and would be happy to accommodate and assist satellite operators who need a ride or whose plans may have been disrupted.
Thanks again for the time.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you. Your next question is coming from Robert Stoller from Vertical Research Partners. Robert, your line is live. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Good evening.
How are you?
Not too bad. Thanks. Got a couple of questions for you. First of all, on the Vigoride-3, you've got your licenses in place now. Are there any ongoing licensing risks, though, for future missions?
We don't anticipate any issues, given that we've recently and just recently been through these processes for the Vigoride-3 launch, and we've received all the licenses and approvals that we needed for our upcoming mission from the FAA, FCC, and NOAA. We really appreciate the collaboration shown by these government agencies, and we don't see any noteworthy risks going forward. In fact, we've been in discussions with the FCC for follow-on missions. For example, for Vigoride-3, we applied for and received a special temporary authority license. The FCC has since advised us they would like us to apply for a Part 25 conventional license for Vigoride-5, which we've already done. We don't anticipate needing to apply for an FAA payload determination or seek a modification to our NOAA license for our next mission. But of course, we'll do so if modifications are needed or mission requirements call for it. So we see this as a noteworthy area of progress for Momentous, that we've overcome our challenges in this regard and secured the necessary licenses and approvals for our upcoming launch. And we don't anticipate any issues going forward for future missions.
Okay, thanks for that. And secondly, it's obviously been a very volatile 2022 so far in terms of macroeconomic issues and geopolitical risk. I was wondering if this has fed through in any way to the market demand for your services, be it on the commercial side or on the national security side.
We continue to see very solid customer interest in the type of capabilities that we would provide. We continue to feel good about how that service offering is aligning with the broader market trends and seeing emerge in the new space economy. In our 10K, for instance, you would see there's a number of third-party market forecasts that indicate the total addressable market for space transportation continues to grow rapidly. Once we've had the opportunity to fly Vigoride on orbit and demonstrate its capabilities, we are expecting to convert more customer interest to firm orders and backlog. I would say you're right about the broader macroeconomic conditions. Of course, concerns about inflation, the war in Ukraine and elsewhere, putting a damper on the broader market. But, similar to our peers, we've seen some, impact on our stock price. But in terms of operational capabilities and our work there, we're not seeing that impact. As a matter of fact, we feel like we've been relatively successful at navigating things like the supply chain challenges facing our industry and the others. We do have some impacts of that. For example, one of the rooms in our facility is lacking its doors right now because they're on a ship, I'm told, off the coast that hasn't quite been unloaded yet, and it's late. So there are supply chain impacts, but we've been able to navigate those challenges in a way in our production of our vehicles where we've been able to maintain the schedule. And we're really focused. Well, there are some things outside our control, like the inflationary pressures or certainly the Russian aggression in Ukraine. But I and my team, we're very focused on what we can control and improving the fundamentals in the business. And we think we're continuing to show improvements in overcoming our regulatory challenges and overcoming operational challenges to improve the capability and quality of the company.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your next question is coming from David Strauss from Barclays. David, your line is live. Please go ahead.
Hi, guys. You got Brad Barton here on for David. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just quickly starting off, now that you've got the company back on solid operational footing, is there anything you can say on the forward financial outlook?
Yes, Jikun Kim, our CFO, will take that.
Yeah, consistent with our stated strategy, our focus has been to bring Vigoride to market as early as possible, and with the features and reliability that we know that our customer needs. As we look at our inaugural launch, we're pleased with the success of our deliberate and disciplined approach as brought, and we plan on continuing with this approach, making progress both operationally and financially. As we said on our prior earnings call, we have sufficient cash runway through the early part of 2023. These cash investments will secure future launches, as well as future funds for Vigoride vehicles that will need to support these missions. We continue to make investments on the Vigoride vehicle to enhance its performance and reduce its operating costs. We expect customer order activity to pick up once we establish flight heritage. But it is customary for our customers to book our orders 12 plus months out ahead of launch. So there will be some lag between the receiving of the orders to the recognizing of the revenues and ultimately the profitability of the company.
Okay. And then I guess with sufficient cash to early 2023, how are you thinking about accessing the capital markets given how stock's been performing recently?
Yeah, so, as John commented earlier, the capital markets have not been kind to anyone, right? But with that, we do have sufficient cash runway to the early part of 23. We are comfortable now with the capital that we have based on our destacking efforts and our ability to serve, to support our near-term needs. But we will evaluate the right timing of our next capital market raise relative to the execution of the business plan.
And I would just add, we plan to assess the market conditions based on when we think that it's the correct conditions. Then we'll go to market and raise some additional capital. But we're feeling comfortable with where we're at the moment.
All right, thanks. And if I could just squeeze one more in on Transporter. I think you said last quarter the schedule to get to Transporter 5 was pretty tight. Can you say anything about how you're looking for Transporter 6 in October? Next time.
Yes. As I mentioned, we are manifested on 4 follow-on SpaceX transporter rideshare missions beyond Transporter 5, starting with Transporter 6, which is scheduled. There's Transporter 5 in October, then there's Transporter 6 scheduled for January of 2023, Transporter 7 in April of 2023, and Transporter 8 in October of 2023. So we're on 5, 6, 7, and 8 going forward. Similar to what I said last quarter, the schedule to prepare Vigoride 5 is tight. As I said last quarter, that we had a tight schedule to get Vigoride 3 finished and ready for launch, and our schedule for preparing Vigoride 5 for its planned launch in October is similarly tight. We're working very hard to meet that planned schedule. We expect the inaugural mission, though, will be a learning experience, and we're going to use what we learned in that Vigoride 3 flight scheduled for as early as this month to learn from it, and then, as necessary, we'll assess its performance, and if we should find any anomalies or any performance that is not what we had expected, depending on the nature and significance of that activity, then this obviously could affect the schedule for future launches. And obviously, if we were to experience an issue that caused a launch delay, we would seek to fly again shortly thereafter. With the additional agreements we have with SpaceX through the end of 2023, we do have other launch slots available that we could utilize as necessary. So, we're working hard, though, to make the schedule, but the schedule for launch of Vigoride 5 in October is tight.
Thank you. Your next question is coming from Edison Yu from Deutsche Bank. Edison, your line is live. Please go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Congratulations on hitting all the milestones. First question, I think this was alluded to earlier. SpaceX had a really, shall we say, high-profile, breakup of a relationship with a competitor of yours. And I was wondering, have you seen any sort of pickup in business or increased activity since that occurred, just given, they can't obviously fly anymore on those rideshare missions? I would think that's a pretty substantial amount of business.
Well, thank you again for the question, Edison. We're as I mentioned earlier, we're very proud of the partnership that we've built with SpaceX, and they've been a strong partner to us. They've been collaborative. They've provided consideration where we needed it, and we thank them for that. I know from experience how difficult it can be to overcome the kind of challenges and business uncertainties that our competitors are facing. And as you know, SpaceX has been the primary space launch vehicle that they have used and others. And so, certainly I wouldn't want to comment on what, if anything, they are doing to address that issue. As for us, we do think we're a very attractive alternative. We now that we have overcome our regulatory issues and are poised for our first launch, and after we begin generating some flight heritage from that launch, we do expect orders to pick up, and that this will be an opportunity for us to secure some additional customers. And so, while I want to be cautious not to comment too much on our competitors and what their challenges are, certainly for us, we do want to be opportunistic in this period. And as I mentioned earlier, we would be quite happy to accommodate and assist any other satellite operator whose plans have been disrupted as a result of SpaceX's decision with respect to our competitor.
Understood. And following up, I know you mentioned there's actually several customers slated to launch. Are you able to disclose any of these customers coming up, or maybe talk about the kind of payloads they'll be deployed?
Yes. On our Vigoride 3 mission that, again, is scheduled on Transporter 5, that SpaceX's Transporter 5 mission scheduled for this month. We're going to have some paying customers on the flight. Our primary goals, just to reiterate, are to test Vigoride in orbit since it's a flight demonstration mission. But we will release some customer satellites, 9 in total from Vigoride, and then we'll also test a piece of space hardware that another customer has provided. We have 3 customers on Vigoride. 2 of them, one is called FOSSA, FOSSA, and a second customer is called Orbit NTNU from Norway. They're a university. And then we will also test some hardware, as I said, from another customer. There is a second port, as you recall, that Momentous had purchased on the Transporter 5 mission. On one port will be the Vigoride 3 vehicle. On the other port, a third-party deployer system has been successfully mated to that port with customer payloads, one of which is a Momentous customer, Cal Poly Pomona, who we are proud to fly and take to orbit on that mission. There are some other customers that our partner is also planning to fly. So in total, 5 satellites will be released from that third-party deployer system. Edison, as you recall, the use of that third-party deployer system is as part of a exploration that we have to look at other ways of doing business using rideshare aggregation and putting them on a lower cost, less capable system that still meets the needs that are less complex for some of these customers and some of the customers in our backlog, and would give us a lower cost method of meeting their needs than Vigoride, which is more capable and able to take customers to precise custom orbits.
Very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further questions in queue at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, this does conclude today's conference call. Thank you for your participation. You may disconnect your phone lines at this time and have a wonderful day.
All right. Well, it's pretty lit. I'm really liking the numbers here, and I like the their the whole model. I mean, they're gonna have no competition. I mean, who would take another company to space? Jeff Bezos? He can't even get out of orbit. So, I mean, that's one thing. And then, sorry about the dog. And then, if you notice, during the phone call, he said, we will be traveling to other orbits. So, on the first mission, they're going to go to multiple orbits? I don't know. That just seems really, really cool to me. I'm going to do a quick little scan here. I just want to make sure that there's nothing going haywire. Nothing crazy. 2 drug companies up slightly, 30%. Nothing wild. Prague. Okay, so this used to be Prague. Okay, BIOR. They're up 9%. And that's about it. But I will catch y'all tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. You guys have a good one.